Hey, anybody? I'm testing out a new computer. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Commissioner. I can hear you.
Well, condolences, but good for me, I guess. And how are you this morning, Sarah?
I'm doing
Hey,
okay.
anybody?
Thank
I'm
you.
testing out a new computer. Can you hear me? Uh-oh, what was that?
Sounded like a 10-second echo.
Yeah.
Yes, I had the YouTube window still open. Sorry about that.
Phew. Well, so Sarah, you didn't answer my question.
I'm doing okay. Thank you. How are you?
Good. Sorry to be so demanding this morning.
No, you're not at all.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Joe Maestas here at headquarters.
World headquarters.
Mr. Chair?
Well, no, it's, I mean, it's. Good morning, everyone. Joseph Maestas here, Chair of the Public Regulation Commission. Welcome to our regular. Good morning. Welcome to our regular weekly meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Mike Smith is. Thank you for that. Mike Smith is out today, as I understand. So I think, Judy, are you?
Yes.
Roll call, please.
Yes. Commissioner Maestas,
Present.
Commissioner Fishman. I see his chair. We'll come back to him. Commissioner Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Here.
Commissioner Byrd.
Present.
Commissioner Fishman. He's not present at this moment, but we have a quorum. There are 4 commissioners.
Thank you, Judy. That son of a gun, I was going to ask him to do the pledge. So, Judy, do you mind doing the pledge?
No, I don't mind. And in fact, last night I thought Commissioner Maestas is going to ask me to do the pledge. So I practiced. And here goes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you for that, Judy. All right, let's move on to consideration and approval of the agenda. I just had one question on the agenda, item 11, under regular action items. I didn't see any attachments. Does that need to be pulled from the agenda? This is item 10-11.
Can Isaac scroll down onto the agenda item?
It's in the matter of the application of Public Service Company of New Mexico for approval of renewable energy power agreements and energy storage agreements and proposal for demand response plan pursuant to final order in case 19-195 UT.
Oh,
Are we going to hear that, Judy?
Yes, we're going to have a discussion on that item.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
you know, I didn't notice that they were missing from attachments from the agenda, but Judy had sent us an email with the 4 documents she wanted us to look at. Was that everything that you wanted us to have, Judy? And did everybody get it?
I got it.
Yeah.
Yes,
They were the, let's see. They were comments submitted by New Mexico Area Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance and let's see, PNM's 3 monthly reports for May, July, and November. Did you get those, Mr. Chair, in the mail?
I did.
Okay.
I sent them on Monday at 4:11 p.m.
Is that all you wanted us to have for that, Ms. Amer?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that is staying. So with that, are there any proposed changes to the agenda? If not, I'd like to hear a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair Hall.
I'll move to approve the agenda as presented.
And I will
Motion on-
second.
Second by Commissioner Fishman. Any discussion on the motion? Judy, please take the roll.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Great, thank you. Moving on, item 4, introduction of special guests. We have an employee of the month. Who's presenting that?
Mr.
Good
Chairman,
morning.
good morning. It's Wayne. I'm going to do this this morning, if that's all right.
Sure. Good morning, Wayne. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, member of the commission. Nice to see everybody this morning. It's a pleasure to present our first employee of 2022. Employee of the month for January is Renee Kepler. Mr. Chairman, under the best of circumstances, or perhaps better put, under the most normal of circumstances, the job of a human resources director in state government is extraordinarily challenging. Anybody who's tried to get an in-pay band or reclassification, a hire through the state personnel office or through the Department of Finance and Administration knows that is not an easy task. But needless to say, the last 2 years have not been normal. And that has made the job of HR directors throughout state government just incredibly challenging. They've been key and on the front line of ensuring that the staff here at the PRC is safe, that the commission is safe, that we have been able to maintain operations at a really remarkably high level over the last 2 years. And Renee has been absolutely key to our being able to function as an agency at that high level, to continue to hire staff, continue to promote staff. It's just really hard, would be hard, Mr. Chairman, to overstate how important Renee has been to this agency, again, under normal circumstances, but truly under the extraordinary circumstances of the last 2 years. So it is a real pleasure to have her as our employee of the month for January. She certainly deserves it. And as chairman and members of the commission, as you know, Renee has been with the agency for 13 years. I've obviously haven't had a chance to work with her for that long, but I have had a chance over a career in state government now spanning almost 18 years to work with a number of HR professionals. And we have one of the best in state government, if not the best, in Renee. So this is a small way of saying thank you to her again for her remarkable efforts over the last 2 years in particular, but her service to the commission, to the public and the state of New Mexico for the last 13 years. I absolutely intend to do everything I can, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, to ensure that she's here at the PRC for another 13 years. So Renee, thank you personally from me for all you've done to help me get started here at the PRC. The hiring process, when I was brought on board, went very smoothly. I appreciate that very much. But more seriously, Mr. Chairman, Renee, I do appreciate all the support you've given me in the 7 months I've been here at the PRC so far, and look forward to continuing to work with you. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it back to you and the commission.
Thank you, Wayne. And I think it's recognition well-deserved. Commissioners, any comments regarding our employee of the month, Renee Kepler, for January of 2022?
So Renee,
Fishman.
if you're listening in, I have a feeling that when Wayne said you're going to be here another 13 years, that you're not a prisoner, and hopefully it's a privilege. I really appreciated your help over the last couple of years, and you've always been accessible when I've needed help, and I really appreciate it. And just looking forward to working with you over the upcoming year.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Any other commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Hall and then Commissioner Byrd.
Well, I would just like to say I've always really valued Renee, and I appreciate working with her. I've been at the commission one way or another for well, I don't know how many years. I think it's 12, but part of that was with the insurance division, which had moved out. So maybe it wasn't, but I was in the para building around Renee. So I had, still an opportunity to see her. And she's just a tremendous worker and very effective and very informative and very cooperative. So I've always felt her to be a really excellent addition to our commission. And I definitely hope she can stay another 13 years or whatever fits into her life. But so that's it.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hall. Commissioner Byrd.
Sorry, trying to get my mute off. Well, good morning. Congratulations, Renee. It's well deserved. You're one of the family members of PRC that it's just easy to get along with, and kind of miss having those opportunities to sit and chat with you once in a while. I hope everything's going well. Again, congratulations today. I think it's well deserved.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Renee, thank you very much for all you do. I think you have displayed very good work performance, and I'm just proud of the work that you do and your team there in the HR department. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. And I just want to say a few words about Renee. I know I got to know Renee as soon as I came on board, and she's very professional. But, one thing about HR is that I think folks that maybe are not familiar with HR want to make all these changes. But there is a process and procedure, and, there's the state personnel office, right? That's always looming over any kind of HR changes. And I think it takes someone like Renee to take the possible to reality and navigate these changes through, it's a bureaucracy. But I'm most appreciative of Renee's focused work along with Wayne on filling these positions on the advisory services for commissioners. I think that should be a part of our legacy, is to create this cadre of subject matter experts to advise commissioners going forward and avoid being inhibited or prevented by ex parte communication to get the best technical advice possible. So Renee, thank you for that. And I want to invite you to say any words. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Well, I'm shocked. I did not know this was coming. I do appreciate all the kind words. I really do. I have enjoyed my years with the commission. We've gone through so many changes. I've met so many good employees, commissioners, and it's just been a pleasure being part of the PRC. And again, thank you, Wayne. Thank you, commissioners, for all your kind words. It is really appreciated.
Thank you, Renee. And again, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to public comment. Sarah, do we have any members of the public that wish to comment?
Mr. Chair, before we move on to public comment, we do have another special guest. I'm going to turn it over to Brad Borman to introduce the special guest.
Take it away, Brad.
Thank you, Sarah. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. I'd like to introduce Ryan Friedman as the newest member of the Legal Division. Ryan is a native of Florida. He attended Vermont Law School and prior to joining us, worked at the District Attorney's Office here in Santa Fe. So we are very excited to have him join our team. He just started the other day and he's chomping at the bit, ready to go. So welcome, Ryan.
Welcome aboard, Ryan.
Thank you. I look forward to meeting you all, hopefully in person one day, but I also look forward to the work through PRC. So thank you for the welcome.
Question for you, Ryan. So did you come willingly or were you poached by Brad? Which was it?
Nope, I came willingly, but Brad's a good salesman.
Thank you. Commissioners, any brief comments with respect to our new hire, Ryan?
Mr. Chair,
Chair Hall.
I'd just like to say welcome. I'm always glad to get another experienced attorney. I don't know how Brad feels about the weather here compared to Florida, but he's with friends here. And I don't want to say too much about pilfering from the AG, but I'm glad that's a great place to get experience. So I think it's a very good experience that he comes with, and I'm really glad we have him on our staff. Thank you. Welcome, Ryan.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hall. Any other commissioners have any brief comments for Ryan?
Welcome.
That was brief.
Dittos.
All right, any other comments? Thank you, Brad, for bringing that forward. And again, welcome aboard, Ryan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Sarah, may I move on to public comment?
Yes, sir. We have Shannon Fitzgerald, who I see on the line. Shannon, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Shannon, you there?
Can you
He's there,
unmute
but he's
your-
muted.
There you go. Sorry, it took me a second to unmute. I'm Shannon Fitzgerald with IBEW Local 611. We represent the workers in most of the state's utilities, definitely with PNM. Our organization is deeply concerned with any discussion or study that has the potential to advance the government takeover of our utility companies in New Mexico. Our bargaining units have been established and effectively representing our members for nearly a century. The potential for state government to force us into reorganizing and recertifying our incumbent bargaining units into innumerable public employee bargaining units in every state, city, or county is unfair to our members and ultimately to the public we serve. We are not public employees, and fortunately, we are not subject to the radical and sometimes damaging changes of labor management philosophies that public employees have experienced in the past, especially the hostile posture taken against employees by the last governor, the PRC has demonstrated clear and unfounded animus towards investor-owned utilities, and thankfully will soon be dissolved from its current ideological and political driven form. It is our view, and a view shared by many, including the New Mexico Supreme Court, that you've done enough damage to the state. IBEW Local 611 stands strong against any attempt to exterminate our current utility bargaining units and the hard-fought protections our members have earned and deserve. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Sarah, any other members of the public that wish to make comments?
No, sir, that was the only one.
All right, thank you. Let's move on. Item 6, presentation, discussion, and potential action. This is case 21-309-UT in the matter of the joint petition requesting the Public Regulation Commission initiate, conduct, and oversee a study to determine the public ratepayer, environmental, and economic benefits and costs, as well as the technical feasibility of a state-level public utility models for the state of New Mexico. Russell, are you going to tee this up?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'll just give a very brief 1-minute introduction to the presentation. Just a reminder that at last week's open meeting, the Commission granted the request of the joint petitioners in this matter to make a presentation to the Commission today, a 10-minute presentation concerning the petition itself, which, as you will recall, addresses the issue of the possibility of the establishment of was referred to as public power or a publicly owned electric utility in the state. So today there will be a 10-minute presentation by representatives by a representative or representatives of the joint petitioners. I see that Ms. Nanasi, Mariel Nanasi, who's an attorney for the joint petitioners, is online. Following the presentation, there it's provided for on the agenda for there to be discussion and possible action with regard to the petition. And so with that, that's the end of my introduction. We could turn it over, I think, to Ms. Nanasi. She may be beginning the presentation.
So Russell, just to be clear, will there be one presenter or two? And if so, who is coming forward to represent on behalf of the petitioners?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that. I believe maybe Ms. Nanasi and I believe there's a Senator Carrie Hamblin is online. So maybe both of them, but we should hear from Ms. Nanasi on that question.
Before we hear from anyone else, Sarah, was there anyone or Isaac, are you aware of anyone that's going to present to the commission on this topic?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'm not aware of anybody.
Okay, the petition itself stated that Senator Liz Stefanik and Representative Andrea Romero were going to be the potential presenters.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, actually did say them or their representative. So it was left open as to exactly who might make the presentation.
Okay, so who is the presenter on behalf of those legislators?
Mr. Chairman, this is Senator Carrie Hamblin. I'm the representative on behalf of those legislators.
Oh, yes. Good to see you, Senator. Welcome.
Too, thank you.
Please proceed. You have 10 minutes. And I guess the format of this, Senator, is that, we're going to hear your presentation. I may ask our Office of General Counsel to weigh in following your presentation. Then I'll open the floor up to any comments or questions the commissioners may have. Is that okay with everybody? Okay, then let's proceed. Senator, you're on.
All righty. Go, Ms. Nanasi, do you want to go ahead and open it up and then I'll follow?
If I could, is that all right, Chairman Maestas?
Yes, please proceed.
Well, good morning, Chair, Chairman Maestas and Vice Chair Hall and Commissioners. Happy and healthy New Year to all of you. On behalf of the 16 joint petitioner legislators, I introduce Senator Carrie Hamblin, who will be making the presentation. If there are certain legal issues that you have, then I'm happy to answer them, but she will be making the bulk of the presentation. So I give you Senator Carrie Hamblin. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nanasi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair. I appreciate you allowing us to talk with you today about the value of a public power study. I appreciate the time that you are taking to hear our request. I am speaking to you from my home on the ceded land of the Tiwa and Manso tribes and the Mescalero and Chiricahua Apache tribes. I'm humbled to be representing my colleagues in both the House and Senate in this discussion today. I'm here to ask you, as we've already petitioned, to initiate a formal, unbiased study of the benefits and feasibility of a public power path in New Mexico. The value of this unbiased study will be to determine the costs, benefits, and pathways to public power, and to evaluate whether implementation of public power will protect the public interest, reduce and stabilize electricity rates, create revenue generation for the state, and result in the deployment of 100% renewables plus storage, as well as enhanced local economic benefits. As a state, we find ourselves at a really important juncture to assess the economic, environmental, and societal impacts of diversifying our economy, reducing our impact on the planet, and being one of the leaders in the country for providing a long-term value to our residents. The benefit from this effort includes rate stability, local jobs, policies aligned with community values, and significant opportunities from revenue from both local energy consumption and energy exports that would otherwise flow to private corporations and shareholders. As you know, we are a state that has 350 days of sunshine a year, and with some of the highest solar and wind capacity of any state in the nation, our state will be presented with numerous opportunities and important decisions as this transition unfolds. Merging with large multinational energy companies is one possible path, but we feel that we must explore alternatives. And however, as somebody who talks about the importance of keeping money locally and within our state, I hope that you agree with me that we should much rather focus on ways to benefit all New Mexicans by keeping that money here in our cities and in our state than line the pockets of out-of-state corporations. And in order for us as leaders in our respective areas, as legislators and as community members, it's important that we figure out the best path forward for New Mexico to take advantage of the numerous potential benefits. That's why an unbiased study is important. So if we are to thoroughly understand the alternatives to the current structure of our energy systems and service providers, we need the advice of technical experts. We also need to feel comfortable in seeing what other options there are and really whether or not they're good for our state. And I know that you're just as tired as I am when New Mexico is reported last or at the bottom of whatever list is popular at the moment. This is an opportunity for us to be a leader in knowing what our potential is, what options we have, and how we can create a path to improve our state. And that's why I'm here before you today. The idea of a public-owned utility is already being studied in Colorado. In Connecticut, they just passed this study within their regulatory authority, their version of a PRC, and it has been studied in New Hampshire. And according to the American Public Power Association, public power customers, that's 1 in 7 U.S. residents, pay on average 11% less than investor-owned utility customers. They receive more reliable service and are more likely to benefit from renewable power sources. In 2019, more than 40% of public power was from renewable energy. And most importantly for New Mexico, it also keeps our money in our communities. Publicly owned utilities can reinvest profits from energy sales into local jobs, lower energy costs for low-income customers, and invest in local community projects and causes. This petition points to 2 possible models that can be studied: a state-owned and operated electric power authority with municipal and tribal local control over generation, or a community choice system where investor-owned utilities maintain transmission and distribution with the option for municipal and tribal control over generation. But we need a study to determine how that will manifest it in our state, and that's where you come in. My colleagues in the House and Senate feel that the PRC is not only the appropriate agency of the House to study, but also has the most expertise when it comes to providing data on our various utilities. The PRC would be the custodian of the study, and we are not asking you to take a position on the study findings. You have the technical expertise, and if there are questions to be asked, you can either provide the answers or get that information from the utilities. We know that you will not be implementing public power. We recognize that that is the purview of the legislature. And we recognize that there are many factors to be explored, including the impact of workers, like Mr. Fitzgerald just spoke about just a little bit ago in public comment, the costs of a public-owned utility, how municipalities and tribal entities will be affected, and much more. And that's why, as legislators, there's already been exploration about who is going to do the study and who is going to pay for it. We don't expect the PRC to pay for it. Again, I'd like to stress that you would be housing the study, but not required to seek funds to pay for it, or to find the groups that specialize in what type of data collection. The joint petitioners and legislators will be seeking that private money to be housed at the Santa Fe Community Foundation. Also, the joint petition legislators will be determining the best consultants and agencies to perform the study and take the responsibility to find the funding. Should you agree to this, there will be a fund established at the Community Foundation to fund it. Now, as I finish up my testimony today, I hope I have conveyed to you how my colleagues and I recognize what we are asking you to do. We know you as commissioners are the most appropriate and most informed body to understand the findings of such a study, understand how it impacts our residents of our state, and what it can mean for the future of New Mexico. We are committed to assisting you in this effort and finding out whether or not this is a good idea for our state. And as legislators, I've stated what we commit to doing. We are hoping that you would consider, in order for this effort, in order for this study to be thorough and fair, to hold stakeholder meetings and to have somebody as a liaison, either a staff person or a commissioner, so that the commissioner can work with the consultant to provide the most accurate data that you have, or get that from the utilities directly, so that our study is thoroughly vetted and informed. So I thank you for your time. I thank you for your service to our state and your consideration in supporting this unbiased study like this. We know that there are many interested groups of people, of hardworking people, both within the utility industry, as well as those who consume it, rural New Mexicans, tribal communities, small businesses, and more are all interested in this study and what the results would show. So let's keep moving forward. Let's keep the momentum moving forward by agreeing to this and taking an important step for our state. So thank you so much for your time. And I certainly open it up now for any questions.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for your service. All right, before I open the floor, I think at the outset of the presentation, Mariel, Ms. Nanasi is going to take any legal questions regarding the petition. Before I open the floor to any commissioners, as many of you know, we operate under a whole framework of statutes and rules. And so, our discretionary authority is limited by those rules. But we appreciate the formal petition, and I know this commission intends to take some formal action, especially as a courtesy to so many legislators that have appealed to our agency to oversee this study. So we thank you for that. So before I open the floor, though, I'd like to ask Russell Fisk to at least maybe preliminarily let us know what is in the realm of possibility for us to fulfill this request, what the limitations are, just in general. Russell, can you do that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, and I'll refer back to the last week's order granting the request for this presentation. I'm just actually going to read first just from the paragraph 8 of that order, where the commission did make some initial findings with regard to jurisdictional issues. Again, I'm reading directly from that order. The commission in that order granted this permission for this presentation today, but said in paragraph 8, the commission notes at the outset, however, that the commission does not have jurisdiction over the subject matter of the study, namely the potential establishment and operation of a publicly owned electric utility. Such actions could be initiated only through legislation. This lack of commission authority over such subject matter may also act as a limitation upon the commission's authority to conduct the proposed study. The commission further notes that its resources, both budgetary and personnel, are currently quite strained in meeting its statutory duties, particularly in light of recent legislative mandates. Now, today, what I've heard, some of it addresses those issues. For instance, Senator Hamlin noted that the joint petitioners understand that the commission does not have jurisdiction over the establishment or operation of a publicly owned electric utility. So there's agreement there. And also with regard to resources, the joint petitioners understand that the commission is strained in its budgetary resources, and that the funding for this study would come from private sources. So I think there's some agreement there. The question, of course, is this statement, this lack of commission authority over such subject matter may also act as a limitation upon the commission's authority to conduct the proposed study. And I use the word may because there is some ambiguity there. The place to look for the commission's powers and duties is in the PRC Act. It can also be found in the Public Utility Act, which is this, I think this issue of what the commission may study is best addressed in the PRC Act, which is section 881, et cetera, of the statutes. This empowers the commission in various ways. Section 884, Commission General Powers and Duties, addresses studies and investigations. Now, neither of those terms is defined in the statute, so I don't know how they're supposed to differ here, or if they're supposed to differ. But looking at 884, subsection B. B7, the commission is empowered to, quote, conduct investigations as necessary to carry out the commission's responsibilities. Now, I would say that subsection does not empower the commission to conduct a study in this area because it's not within the commission's responsibilities to ultimately help establish or operate or regulate a publicly owned utility, because the publicly owned utility is simply not contemplated by the PRC Act or the Public Utility Act. It's not prohibited by the Public Utility Act, but it's simply not provided for. It the Public Utility Act doesn't envision this possibility. And again, the joint petitioners recognize that. But I think that acts as a limitation upon what the commission can do in terms of studying it. In other words, I think what this PRC Act is telling the commission is, don't conduct an investigation on something that the commission would not be able to act upon at the end of the study. For instance, if the commission were to find, if this study showed, the establishment of a publicly owned utility of public power were a good idea, the only thing the commission could do at that point is to make a recommendation, to a non-binding advisory recommendation to the legislature to take action. So I don't think that the commission is supposed to spend its resources in doing that. Now, again, the joint petitioners seem to recognize that resources should come from another source, and the commission's participation in this study should be minimal. But it does sound as if the commission would be using its power in such a study to the extent necessary, possibly to compel utilities to provide information that the consultant believes is necessary. We may want to ask that question to the joint petitioners, because it sounds like that would be the greatest extent of the commission's participation in the study itself, is that the commission may be called upon to, say, issue bench requests pursuant to recommendations of the consultant. In other words, use the commission's power to get information from the utilities. That's what I thought might be the commission might be asked to do, and that could be a problem. I think jurisdictionally that could be a problem. Now, I'll leave it at that.
Russell, could you? This is Commissioner Fishman. You said that could be a problem. That was a little vague to me, what you were referring to as the problem. Could you explain a little further on that?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman. What I'm saying is that because I think that particular part of the PRC Act is the most relevant portion for this, most relevant legal authority for this question, I think that if the joint petitioners are asking the commission to not only house this study, in other words, create a docket in which information from this study could be filed, but also participate in the acquisition of information from the utilities or from others within the commission's jurisdiction via, say, bench request, then that would be the commission exercising its power to conduct a study. In other words, exercising the commission's jurisdiction over the utilities to collect that information. I'm not sure that's what's being asked for. That would be a problem. Because even though this is a gray area, I really, the more I thought about it, I do think that portion of the PRC Act is telling the PRC, you can investigate an area within your responsibilities, but this is not within our responsibility at this point. We have no jurisdiction to create a publicly owned utility, and I don't think we would have jurisdiction to require utilities to provide information with regard to that possibility when there's no legislation in place for that possibility.
Chair Maestas, may I respond?
Hold on a second. Commissioner Fishman, did you have any other?
No, that clarified for me. Thank you, Russell.
Okay, now let's keep in mind, let's be sensitive of the senator's time and Ms. Nanasi. I mean, the floor is open to ask them questions, but obviously, we are going to have another discussion at the end of the Q&A on the petition itself to determine what actions, if any, this body will take. So any additional questions for Senator Hamblin or Ms. Nanasi? In fact, Ms. Nanasi, if you can respond to that briefly, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Maestas and commissioners. It is in fact correct that Mr. Fisk cited one of the subsections of 884, but I'd like to read 2 or 3 other subsections. And we'll start with subsection B6. and that's 884B6. And it says the commission may conduct research and studies to improve the commission's operations or the provisions of services to the citizens of New Mexico. Then 7, Mr. Fisk read, conduct investigations as necessary to carry out the commission's responsibilities. 8 is apply for and accept grants and donations in the name of the state to carry out its powers and duties. And perhaps this is the most relevant, or not most, but in addition, this is subsection 11, cooperate with tribal and Pueblo governments on topics over which the commission and the other governments have jurisdiction, and conduct joint investigations, hold joint hearings, and issue joint or concurrent orders as appropriate. And so it's based on the combination of those other subsections that we believe that this study is properly housed before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nasi. Any other commissioners wish to ask questions of the presenters?
Mr. Chair.
Chair Hall.
Yeah, I had a number of questions, and I have to say that question that Russell brought up, that issue that he brought up, was going to be one of my first question, probably because I noticed that Senator Hamlin mentioned that proposed activity or possible activity on the part of the commission at the end of her remarks. And so I'm glad to be informed about all these sections in the act, and I'm certainly going to look at them some more. But I guess, well, I've got a number of questions, but since we're on the topic of authority and so forth, I wanted to ask Senator Hamlin, does the legislature have the authority to ask the utilities for information?
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, I believe we do. Okay. This would be something that, as the commissioner had noted and as Mr. Fisk had noted, and we've heard throughout the legislative session is how departments are strapped and how organizations are strapped. And I know that myself and my colleagues are sensitive to that and understanding that and really are committed to, carrying the brunt of this. But we feel that it is your organization, it is this commission that is the appropriate agency to really house this study.
When you say house, do you mean have a supervisory role over the way it's conducted? I mean, we would have to, if funds were available, we'd have to contract out, of course, like the legislature would, because we don't possess the in-house expertise at all. So what would you envision as the PRC's role, and where would it stop?
But part of this, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair and commissioners, would be that you would open up a docket and just pursue discovery. We would, we understand that having an organization, an outside organization that would be contracted to conduct the study, which means that they would be spending the time, it would be our responsibility to raise the money to pay for that, that they would be studying this issue, and that you would be able to, as an agency, just report on the findings, that there would also be no stance that you would be expected to take. And really, the whole idea is to find out whether or not this is a good idea. And I have to confess is that normally I'm not one that's up for spending money on studies when we've got information that exists that we can move forward. I'm learning about the slowness and the bureaucracy of government, and how sometimes it takes a little longer for things to get done that maybe shouldn't take a little long for things to get done. However, in this particular case, because there are so many factors and people who are concerned about what this means, I feel that a study, and my colleagues and I feel that a study is really important to make sure that we have those answers. And the answers may be that this is not an appropriate thing for New Mexico. Or the answers may be that this is something that could really benefit New Mexico, but we won't know unless we conduct the study.
Mm-hmm. So when you say the PRC would report on the findings would be arrived at by the contractor who performs the study, right?
Correct, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair, yes.
And they would make a recommendation or not, whatever you contract for, but I assume you'd want a recommendation.
Correct.
So we would just report that to the legislature, essentially kind of hand over the study to the legislature.
Yes,
So
that is
I guess I'm trying to understand, what value do we add here? What is our exact role? Just to see that I'm asking, this is a question. Do you intend for us to be involved in assessing the scope of work, for example, to make sure that it appears that the study will be comprehensive? I mean, where do we add value?
Sure. I appreciate that question, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair and Commissioners. The thing that I think I'm hearing from your concern is really how much time do we have to put into this, because we don't really have that time. Am I correct on that?
You're saying we, the commission, don't have the time? No,
Yes.
I'm not saying that. I am, which although is not untrue, but I just wondered what you envisioned our activity would be that would add value. Seriously, that's really what I mean.
Sure. Well, first of all, the Public Regulation Commission has the expertise and also has access to the information that utilities are generating. And so that's where the outside agency, the unbiased, and we would make sure, because we want to make sure that this is unbiased and this is reflective of our state, that they may need data that you are the only agency that would have access to. And so it would really be the opportunity to provide that data and also any technical matters that may come up as part of the study because of the expertise that is housed in this agency.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, if it's all right with you, I'd like to ask the same questions of Ms. Nanasi to see if she has anything to add to maybe clarify what Senator Hamlin has said.
Yes, thank you. Thank you,
yeah.
Commissioner Maestas and Vice Chair Hall, and commissioners. I think that many of these issues, whether it's the Renewable Energy Act and the Renewable Portfolio Standard, which you all implement, or it's understanding issues about transmission or distribution. Essentially, it's what happened in Connecticut, which I think was extraordinarily useful for their legislature, that the Public Utility Regulatory Agency in Connecticut did. They had, I will just say, they conducted some stakeholder meetings, but the main function was that they issued bench requests and issued discovery and collected written comments. And those written comments were by stakeholders. So they were by utilities, they were by advocates, and they were by small businesses. And then the regulatory agency in Connecticut essentially collected them. They did perform an in-house study, but I think what the joint petitioners here would like to know, for instance, I'm just making this up, but if the consultant said, hey, we want actual data from EPE and PNM and SBS about transmission, could you issue a bench request on this? Then they would have it written up, and whoever would be the liaison, either one staff person or one commissioner or both, could issue that kind of bench request. And I think that that is the extent of the real work that the joint petitioner legislators are asking for, just so that when the data is actually collected, it is based on actual data around distribution or about rate setting or about transmission that you are uniquely qualified to ask about, and that is sort of your bread and butter issues. So that's really, I think, the extent of it.
I see. Well, Mr. Chair and Ms. Nanasi, I would like to go into that a little bit further. We've had in one of our rulemakings recently, the interconnection rulemaking, we've engaged the services of a contracting entity, and they, one of their members, at least, that was involved in helping conduct workshops had tremendous expertise, really more than we have in those areas. So I believe that contractors, if you get the right one, or there may be numerous that would have the kind of expertise that I think is needed for such a study, I think they would be able to do quite a bit of work, even including something like writing the questions for a bench request, because while I think it's interesting, I think it's an interesting idea. I'm interested to hear that other states are doing it, and I'd be interested to know what their statutory authority describes as well for engaging in those. I do know that we don't really have the staff to do what we have to do right now on our plate. So we would need to have, if it were to occur, we'd have to have a contractor. We would have to hope that the legislature or whoever could find the contractor, or I guess you said the community foundation would do the contracting. They would have to find a contractor who would have essentially the expertise that's needed. So what, again, value do we add? We're the regulatory agency that puts a second set of eyes to the proceedings. That's a question. Or can you characterize what our value added would be there?
Chair Maestas and Vice Chair Hall and commissioners, I think the main thing would be to have this docket stay open and be able to get the actual data. That's really the extent of the request.
Right.
If there were certain commissioners or staff persons who had a particular interest and wanted to be more involved, that would be welcome, but not necessary. Yes, I expect that the consultant organization or organizations will have the kind of expertise that you are referring to, but we're only really talking about getting the actual technical data. Should that become necessary? It might not be, but I do think you're exactly right. It's the kind of thing where that organization would be essentially presenting one of you with a potential bench request that you could modify how you think is necessary, and that's the extent of it. Okay.
Fine. Oh, now, I've got another question. I'm sorry to go on, Mr. Chair, but I do have this question. I don't remember where I read it, but I was reading something about the process of going to arrive at a public power entity, and someone said, oh, it could take 10 years or something. And so I'm wondering, we're embarking on an energy transition, and our agency has established we're in the process of establishing a number of rules in order to implement that. Say it would take, a number of years, 5 to 10 years. How have you given any thought to how that would impact the conduct of our energy transition that we have going on now, that we're starting, insofar as reaching compliance? I mean, of course, the statute that would apply to investor-owned utilities and their renewable portfolio standard requirements would be, rendered moot, I suppose, by this. Can anybody, either of you, Ms. Nanasi or Senator Hamlin, do you want to address that at all? I just wondered how you would see that
If I can just a little bit, Madam Vice Chair, and then I'll let Ms. Manazi and Mr. Chair, I'll let Ms. Manazi follow up with it. It is a frustration that it takes so long for things to happen, but I also understand that in some cases that's necessary to make sure that they're done right. I can share with you the commitment from my colleagues in both the House and the Senate that we want to be thoughtful in this. We want to be practical in this. We also understand that as we move to renewable energy, that there are jobs that have to be created for people in those industries, in the oil and gas industries that need to be able to put food on their table, and we understand that. So I want to assure you that we are being as thoughtful, but also as proactive as possible in this. And so it's I'm one of those that doesn't like to create legislation and impact people without talking to them first. It may be a good idea, but I am one of those that wants to make sure that the voices that are heard need to be heard. And so I can assure you that from the legislative perspective that we are going to be thoughtful about that and considerate and practical. And I'll let Ms. Nanazi cover any area that I just haven't been able to address in that answer.
Okay.
Chair Maestas and Vice Chair Hall and Commissioners, as you know, and I think that you all have appreciated over time, we are facing a climate crisis. We are also facing a crisis of inequity. If we don't electrify our transportation system and our housing sector and do it with 100% renewable energy, we won't have a planet left to live on. This is a pivotal moment. That's why this is being studied all over the country. And the issue is, California is looking at somewhere between 8 times the current electric need and 32 times the current electric need, precisely because we all need to electrify the transportation and the housing sector. And that's where we need to be first. We have the best renewable energy resources available, not only for within our own state, hopefully provided by local municipalities and tribal entities, but also for export. Think about the electric grid as a highway, essentially. Right now, it's a one-way highway, but if we could make it a two-way highway and have that export, the revenue from that export, be a possible revenue generation for the state to address other needs that are coming, including resilience to climate catastrophe, as we are seeing very, very seriously, just the fire in the middle of December in Colorado. So we're, and the tornadoes in Kentucky. I mean, I don't have to tell you all, I think you're aware of this. So this is a matter of urgency. I do hope that we're hoping that this study will be done in this year and that it will come out to be positive. As I said, this issue is being confronted in many, many states, including our neighbor Colorado. And so we want the legislature to act as, if this study comes out, that it will actually benefit the people of New Mexico, then I would hope that the legislature would act with the same kind of urgency that we need. And it's an all hands on deck moment. And it's about our survival. So it's that serious. So that's why we're bringing it before you and acting as quickly. And I will just say the last thing, that there's been enormous public support for this, which somebody just told me recently, this is one of the most hopeful movements that they're seeing in New Mexico in a long time.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done with my questions.
Yeah, and feel free to circle back if you want to follow up, but I'd like to hear from other commissioners. I thought Commissioner Vicente Aguilar wanted to ask some questions of the presenters. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, my question refers to how this came about. to the proposal for a study. Did you have community members file some type of a document supporting it, or did this proposal come from a specific organization, or did the proposal come from the state legislature? Why only 16 legislatures have signed the petition, where all the state legislatures been invited to read the proposal? Did they turn it down? We hold public meetings so that we can be transparent. And I like some background information on this, whoever is knowledgeable about the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Go ahead,
Thank you,
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, and Madam Vice Chair. You know, this, because of COVID, it's been very difficult to answer the commissioner's questions, to have public meetings, and because of the concern of the safety of our communities. However, there has been movement in the legislature over the last year that I've noticed, you know, especially with community solar, more of a focus or an emphasis on these areas that will help not only reduce the costs of citizens' electrical bills in the state, but also embrace renewable energy, also to diversify our economy. And so this is the result of many of those different types of conversations with legislators. And it's not that people have declined, it's that we're still busy reaching out to everybody else, and we're getting more people to be added on to this this effort. And so even though there's 16, that doesn't mean that we don't have others that will be joining as well. You know, this is an effort that is, I'm really bad on cliches, but, you know, I guess as a snowball rolling down a hill, or a rock gathers no moss, or whatever that is. You have to I have to apologize for that. But you get the idea that there are more people who are stepping up to this. There's another initiative about a green amendment that continues to get more legislators signed on. So it's really, at this moment, it is continuing to have these one-on-one conversations with our colleagues in the Senate and in the House to get them to support this effort as well. So there has been an effort. It is also building on other initiatives that have taken place in the legislature. And it is also based on community feedback that we've seen in the committee meetings and in our conversations with our constituents.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Did you have any other questions?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nasi, did you want to briefly add to Senator Hamblin?
Just very, very quickly, thank you, Chair Maestas and Vice Chair Hall and Commissioners and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. I just wanted to note that the All Pueblo Council of Governors has twice supported unanimously a resolution to study or to actually implement one of the pieces that we're going to be studying in this study, should you all approve it, and that is the local choice energy ability. And that was also approved by the County of Santa Fe. It was also approved by Las Cruces in unanimous resolutions by both those bodies as well. So I just wanted to let you know that the cities, the major cities in New Mexico have also really endorsed this kind of information gathering at the least. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nanasi. Commissioners Byrd and Fishman, any comments or questions on this petition?
Yes,
Commissioner
Mr. Chair.
Fishman.
Couple of comments. First of all, my fellow commissioners are asking all the right questions. So thank you for that. I guess I'll make a couple of observations and give me your thoughts on them. First of all, thank you. I consider it a compliment that you all came to us asking us to lead this study, whatever, or to house this study, not lead it. But appreciate the confidence you have in our agency in doing that, and recognizing there's a certain expertise here that does not exist elsewhere in state government. Excuse me. And I don't think this is COVID. So anyway, thank you for doing that. Second, another way to look at our involvement is that because of that expertise, that whoever's doing this study should be able to, if we are not where the study ends up being housed, should be able to inquire with the PRC for its perspectives and information. And I think many of the questions that Commissioner Hall was asking kind of went to that question. Is there a particular advantage to us housing the study, or is the real value that we may have expertise and perspective about what's going on in the current regulatory environment that can inform such a study? And it's not an easy question to answer. Any way you go, there's pros and cons. But as you guys think through how you want to proceed, give that some thought. And if we house the study, it does take some effort, and it does take someone to follow through, and it does take resources. So you hear that from everybody in state government. Everybody wants resources. So, but just consider that as well in the way you're thinking about this. In terms of where we currently stand, is this study worthwhile doing? My personal opinion is yes. From a regulatory standpoint, I'm looking at the current system we've got, and you're always trying to get this balance between innovation and moving forward on the energy transition we need to do. And quite frankly, my feelings, there's been a lot of foot dragging and not a lot of forward-looking behavior. And there's not incentive to do that in the current setup. So not blaming the parties, I'm just saying it's a setup that doesn't encourage that, and that's hurting us. Now, a lot of people will say, to put it in government, could make that problem worse. Yet on the other hand, we see a lot of public companies, public utilities, doing some of the most innovative work. And that could be DWP and hydrogen. It could be Austin Electric, who embraced solar very early, could be San Antonio. And I know even in the state, we look at Farmington, a very, by the way, conservative community that I think loves its municipal public utility, electric utility, and has very low rates. So the question is, how do we set up that we get this balance of innovation and transparency that we'd like? And I have to say, as a regulator, I'm somewhat disappointed in the level of transparency we have in the current system. And it's worth looking at alternatives. And I'm glad the legislature is looking at that policy issue. It's certainly not our decision, and policy, that level of policy shouldn't be our responsibility. It would be a conflict of interest, but I'm certainly thrilled the legislature's taking a closer look at it. Finally, I would just say, there's another thought you should consider. And Carrie, I mean, you're down in the Las Cruces area, and you're aware that even in Las Cruces, there was an attempt to go to a public utility that was quite popular, and there was a lot of progress along that line, and we won a lot of battles in court in the city until, with the help of our local utility, a mayor got elected who nixed the effort to go to a private utility or go to a public utility from an IOU. And that effort took many, many years. Boulder, Colorado, I'm hearing has recently was trying to go that direction. I hear they recently pulled back from that. I don't know that for a fact. But again, lots of legal battles. And so I'll throw out a thought for you guys to consider in what you do with the study. And it involves investment in the state. And it involves investment in the state by our permanent fund.
By what?
Could
Say
the
it again.
permanent fund become a majority owner of a utility and do influence? And would the profits of the utility then go to public purposes? And might that be an in-between route to get where we want to go, a step along the way? Or would it be a permanent solution? I don't know. But just another thought that you guys might consider as you study all of this.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I think you guys have a good sense of the legal issues that we face as an agency. And I don't think we can run a study. I'm a little bit leery on private funds being used for a study that we would run, because I just don't think that's a good public look. Even if it was neutral, there's going to be a lot of folks who have suspicions about that, because we all know there's a lot of studies funded by private money that are basically there to give the conclusion that the money people want. So, beware of that, because I think that might undermine the results of what you get out of this process. So I'm not giving you a lot of answers here, but I'm just throwing a lot more thoughts under the fire. And I think you guys should continue doing this. I think there's a lot to be learned and gained. The PRC's role, little uncertain, but I do think whatever studies conducted, the PRC would be a place to come to get information and get perspectives, and that we should, at least to that degree, at a minimum, be involved in it. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Any comments on that, by the way?
Yeah, any response, Senator, Ms. Nanasi?
Sure, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and Commissioners, and Commissioner Fishman, thank you very much. I've you and I have known each other for a very long time, and the practicality, and being realistic about what we can do, and also knowing the history, especially in our city. We have thought about the different opportunities of funding and are exploring those, and also recognizing the optics as we talk about the optics on that. So certainly, had Ms. Nanazi and I were talking yesterday about the different opportunities for funding sources, and so we will take that obviously into consideration and are very cognizant of that. And I also feel that as I do, I think my colleagues as well, is that we are running out of time. We don't have any more cushion to start looking at, maybe we should start considering renewable energy. No, we have to. And so I think that's part of the urgency of this study, is because we know that there are communities all over the state, all over the country, who are not benefiting from what could be provided from something like this. And but we also want to make sure that we get those voices. We want to make sure that we get input. And the technical assistance and the data that that the commission provides, that the PRC provides, is invaluable to making sure that we are very thorough and that we are fair, and that it is a study that we all can feel comfortable with, knowing that every rock was unturned.
Thank you, Senator. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Byrd, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you. First, thank you, Senator Hamlin and Ms. Nanasi, for being here today. We're taking up a lot more of your time than you expected, I'm sure. Many of my colleagues have already asked the questions and expressed concerns I join with Commissioner Fish in my concern about how this is funded. I don't know that we even have the legal authority to take private funds and then use it without the legislature saying yes. And on the other side, I do not like the idea of being hogtied to a contractor that we have no financial say over. That could become a big cluster because we have no control on them. It could go awry, and then who's to blame? Well, you guys are in charge. Well, no, we're not. So one of the questions I have on that is, where's that money going to come from? You know, how would the funds be raised, and from whom? You know, and maybe you don't know that today. You're still looking into that, and I understand that, but that's a question we need to know. And then another concern is that public utilities, a large part of SB 489 does not apply to a public utility. And there's serious concern that this may be a workaround. And I understand what you're saying. You're saying just the opposite. It's going to ensure that. But then there would be no legal grounds to enforce it. And so it could be a workaround from SB 489. And then finally, final comment, question, what currently private utility do you have your eye on that could be a public utility? And I don't know that you know the answer to that, but those are my concerns and questions. And I yield back to either of you who want to answer, and Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Senator or Ms. Nanasi, do you wish to respond?
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and Commissioners, and Commissioner Byrd. There's some parts that I can answer, and then there's some parts that Ms. Nanasi can answer. You know, regarding the funding, completely understand that. We are looking at opportunities of public and private funder interest, but also entertaining ideas of junior money. You know, there are a couple of different ways. It's not that we're just kind of coming into this of not knowing, not knowing the difference. We've started thinking about that. We've started exploring those different options, and certainly recognize that, you know, if there's a private funder, the optics on looking on that. And so your comments, your concerns are not going unnoticed. And those are certainly things that we will, use as we continue moving forward, should you agree to this petition. And then Ms. Nanasi, I'll let you address the other parts of that.
Commissioner Maestas, Commissioner Hall, and Commissioner Byrd, I will just say that there's been a number of different ways that the implementation of public power has happened all over the country, including bipartisan efforts in Maine that's currently underway. And in terms of, so I just wanted to let you know that that's actually happening. In terms of the study, and I think that you raised, is this a workaround? The ETA or the RPS standards contained therein. I think that if this is going to work, if it's undertaken, it's going to exceed the ETA goals, not avoid them. So I just wanted to say that. And I also think that the legislators are all cognizant of having the highest rigor for this study. That's all I can say. And one that I hope that all of you will appreciate and approve of. Of course, there's not going to be every single question answered because there's so many, but we expect that the consultant, and we're reviewing different consultant groups as we speak, just so you know, will be ones that have experience in utilities and also in creating energy democracy, and answering those kinds of questions about labor, questions about, transmission, questions about all sorts of the whole panorama of issues. And it's not to be easily undertaken. And that's why there's been efforts by the legislators already to vet the consultants so that they will be seen with the highest regard, so that the study will be accepted, just like other studies that have either failed and no legislation has resulted, or studies that have been impressive and important and offer recommendations that lead to legislation. So I think the legislators involved who are leading this effort understand that and are veterans and want the best study so that it will benefit the people of New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Nasi. Any
Mr.
other
Chair?
final follow-up? Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, just
Me too.
comment on the cost of the study. I'd asked our fellow Arthur O'Donnell to check his contacts and get a sense of what this kind of study might cost. And he came back to me that he was hearing something like $500,000 to a consultant. Have you guys got any intel on that?
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioner Fishman, at the moment, no, but we have those opportunities to look at what other states have paid as well.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Fishman, were you done?
Yes,
Oh,
I
sorry.
am. Thanks.
Okay. All right, Vice Chair Hall, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Commissioner Fishman, I thought you were done. So I apologize if you weren't.
You know me well.
So one thing on the matter of the funding and the project, anybody please correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding was that when I believe the commission has a precedent for some contracting being funded by an outside source in the conduct of workshops for the interconnection rulemaking. I believe that there was an outside source that provided funds to the contractor, and that's basically made it possible for us to go forward. I don't know if Art's on the call here today, but or Wayne would certainly be informed on that. And if anybody wants to go into that, we could certainly ask them. But that's my understanding. I believe we have a precedent on the commission, and there was never any question raised about, whether that was any kind of an ethical challenge. I mean, the fact is we wouldn't have been able to do it without that funding. I don't believe, at least at the scope and depth of the work that we were able to perform. And so in any case, I wanted to mention that. And the feedback on the conduct of the work so far has been simply that it's been very high quality. So we haven't heard any feedback of any kind of apparent bias or guiding people to one conclusion or another during the course of the workshop. So as far as I'm concerned, that sort of process has worked and can work in our agency so far. But the other thing I wanted to inquire about, Mr. Chair, and I forgot to mention it, was the fact that this study would cover not just public utility for the state, a statewide public utility, but also this local choice option. And I just wanted to ask either of the presenters if they could kind of give a thumbnail sketch of how those two options would differ in terms of the benefit to the state's coffers and consumers. And, you know, I guess that's really what you want the study to do for you, but at least I'd like to understand how those two things rank in your minds, and why did you include those two? Are there precedents for the local choice pursuit? And if you could just take it from there, I'd appreciate it, either one of you or both.
Thanks, Commissioner Hall. Let's be brief. I'd like to wrap up the discussion soon on this. So Senator Hamblin or Ms. Nanasi?
I defer to Ms. Nanasi.
Thank you, Chair Maestas and Vice Chair Hall and Commissioners. There are currently 9 states that allow the community choice energy, which would be essentially allowing municipalities and tribal entities to generate their own electricity, and in partnership with the incumbent IOUs. And those IOUs could compete for the generation as well, but they would be essentially the operators of the grid. So that's the community choice model. It's also it was just adopted in New Hampshire. It's just been studied in Connecticut, and it's going to their legislature. It's being studied in Colorado. Then there's this other idea, actually, that was frankly, that bubbled up from the incredible success of Taos and Kit Carson. And that is, well, what if we could take what happened in Taos, which this year is going to be 100% renewable daytime solar, and has really allowed Picary's Pueblo to be independent and is also 100% renewable, which is the first 100% renewable Pueblo that is not only, imagine this, reducing electric rates for their people, but also generating income from the excess energy that they're producing in the surrounding area, both to Picary's and members of the Taos community. So there's that idea. And then there's this other idea, which is, what if the state owned the grid and was the operator of the two-way highway, allowed for local generation from tribal entities like Picary's, but other Pueblos, and entities like a city of Santa Fe and county of Santa Fe joint powers agreement, or Las Cruces or Albuquerque. And then the state provided the electricity to other small towns if it chose. If those one of the possibilities is about choice and opportunity. If those other municipalities chose to either partner with Las Cruces, for instance, or the state, and they could say, which one is delivering the better rates and the cleaner rates quicker. And then the state would also be able to be a coordinator of all of this, as well as export renewable energy for what we believe must be the electrification of these other sectors of our society. So those are sort of the different opportunities. The one about state, we believe would to one of your points, I don't know, I am taking notes, but I didn't write who said everything. That I believe would be a revenue generator for the state. So the local entity could make money, and also the state would make money from the export of revenue generation from electricity. So those are the different, and then versus the status quo, and which is more reliable and which is more innovative, and which has would provide more safety and local jobs. I mean, there's just a lot of issues to be covered, and you.
I think she's frozen. Maybe I'll close my picture.
I think so, Mr. Chair. Madam Vice Chair. I think it's Ms. Nanazi's connection, not necessarily ours, because you're all not frozen on my end.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, Commissioner Hall, I'd like to wrap this up. Did you have any other pressing questions? I'd rather not get into the kind of the funding precedent because I think it's apples and oranges in my opinion, but that's just my opinion.
Okay, no, I think she actually was getting right to the end of my answering my questions anyhow, so I'm fine to end here.
Okay, I'm going to try and wrap this up. I appreciate the discussion, and I want to thank the legislators for bringing this petition forward, and Ms. Nanasi. I agree with Commissioner Fishman that I think this study, has merit. I think any opportunities or pathways to give ratepayers additional energy choices is good. However, I'm a little concerned over the informal recommendations given by Office of General Counsel regarding kind of the ambiguity of the law and whether or not we have the authority, to conduct this study. And politically speaking, I mean, I think it's no secret that we're all going to be out of office in less than a year. And I would hate for the legitimacy of this study to be diminished in any way because we are a lame duck commission and the next appointed commission may choose to disregard, overturn whatever we determine in terms of the outcome of the study. And so I think that the concept has merit. And I think we're all a little shocked because we're more accustomed to receiving legislative mandates without any consultation on the front end in terms of the subject matter. And so I also agree with Commissioner Fishman that this is a pleasant surprise for a group of legislators to seek our assistance and be willing to tap into our subject matter experts, our valuable technical resources and staff resources. But I've had experience in this issue. When I was a city councilor in Santa Fe, we did do a feasibility of a city-county electric power company, and I think that cost about $50,000. And preliminarily, they said, well, you should take it to the next level, which was an engineering feasibility study. And the estimate for that was almost $500,000, and that was just within the boundaries of Santa Fe County. And so, but it did have recommendations that I think were quite challenging. For example, using eminent domain, and which I'm not sure, would even be doable, in this situation. So really, what I'd like to see is, what I'd like to see is some kind of a joint memorial come out of the legislators, designating a task force, identifying a funding source, and clearly outlining the role of our agency. Because I think at this point, given our resources, both budgetary and staff resources, it's really difficult for us to take on any new initiatives. In fact, later on today, we're going to talk about our work plan, and we essentially only have less than a year to accomplish our priorities. And so I'd hate to maybe complicate what's already underway and perhaps diminish that if we take on this effort. So from my standpoint, I really think that the catalyst should be in the form of a joint memorial that addresses the funding and clearly delineates the role of our agency. I mean, if you look at how long it took community solar to come to fruition, it took many, many years. And I thought there was a lot of broad support for community solar, but certainly the notion of creating a public power or community choice aggregation is a substantial paradigm shift, despite kind of what's going on across the country. So I think the study has merit. I think it should go forward. I'm just not sure our agency should play a role in this. But then again, that's just my opinion. So Russell, after hearing the entire discussion, can you just briefly tell us what potential actions we should take? Because personally, as chairman, I feel that as a courtesy to these petitioners and these legislators, we should take some formal action, but I'd like you to just to briefly describe what options we have in terms of formally responding to this petition.
Mr. Chair, may I just address something that you had brought up in your
Yes.
comments?
Yes,
Thank
Senator.
you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and Commissioners. I'm happy that and kind of frustrated that this is something that is new as legislators coming to you first, because this is something that we are asking you. I'm not a fan of having legislation that all of a sudden you're blindsided with, and so I'm grateful that this is something that is appreciated by the PRC. And to answer your question about the memorial, we are working on memorials to apprise our colleagues of this, to put these both in the House and the Senate. But really felt out of respect for the commission to come to you first and make sure that we were going about it the right way, that we were getting all of the parties and agencies and folks who are going to be impacted by this in the conversation. And so your suggestion for the memorials is taken, and it's already something that we are working on. I'm working on that in the Senate with Senator Stefanix, and I believe Representative Sedano is working on that in the House.
Thank you, Senator, for that response.
Thank you, Mr.
Russell,
Chair.
do you want to lay out what options we have at this point? And I would think that, our follow-up action would be taken up at the next regular weekly meeting. So Russell, do you want to just lay it out very briefly what our options are?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. The first option for the commission would be to deny the petition with prejudice based on the fact that it appears that the central role that the legislators are seeking for the commission to play would be to use the commission's authority to issue bench requests to enforce information requests by the consultant that they're not able to get voluntarily from the utilities. I think it's quite likely that utilities will push back on voluntarily providing information to the consultant on this issue. In other words, the consultant may issue requests to the utilities, and the utilities may say, we're not participating in this because there's no legislation yet. There's no, and the utilities may quite, obviously be opposed to the idea of a publicly owned utility that would compete with them or replace them. So I think there's that issue. I think that what the commission is primarily being asked to do is to issue bench requests that would enforce such a request against the utilities. And I think we would very likely end up in court, whether on an appeal of a bench request order or writ to the Supreme Court on a bench request order, or it might come in the form of an injunction. In any event, it would be a challenge to the commission's jurisdiction to issue a binding bench request order to the utilities on this issue. That would go directly to the jurisdictional issues that I discussed and that Ms. Nanasi responded to. So just like very quickly to address what Ms. Nanasi had to say with regard to the PRC Act, as you will recall, I cited Section 884B7 of the PRC Act as limiting the commission's jurisdiction to investigate or request information in a binding way with regard to the commission's responsibilities. I said it would be probably outside the commission's jurisdiction to order utilities to provide this information about a publicly owned utility. And then Ms. Nanasi brought up subsections B6, B8, and B11. And I'll just very quickly, this will be very quick, I'll respond to these. I don't think B6 gives the commission the power to issue a binding bench request order for such information. That says the commission has power to, quote, conduct research and studies to improve the commission's operations or the provision of services to the citizens of New Mexico. I believe that second phrase, the second part of that phrase
the provision of services to the citizens of New Mexico does not include the provision of services by regulated entities. That's talking about the commission conducting research and studies to improve its own operations, or the provision of the commission's services to the citizens of New Mexico. They're combined. That's one issue. So I don't think that empowers the commission to generally require information from regulated entities such as utilities concerning the provision of their services just in general, beyond the commission's responsibilities. In other words, to issue bench requests that we would be likely be asked to issue by this consultant firm.
Mr. Chair, Russell, what section was that again?
That's in the PRC Act. It's 884, which defines the commission's general powers and duties, subsection B6. That was cited by Ms. Nanasi. B8 was also cited by Ms. Nanasi. Apply for and accept grants and donations in the name of the state to carry out its powers and duties. That says nothing as to what the commission has authority over with regard to studying or requiring information about. And again, it says to carry out its powers and duties. And I have said the regulation of, the establishment of a publicly owned utility is outside of the commission's powers and duties at this point. It would require legislative action to bring it within the commission's powers and duties. And then subsection 11, that's B11, 884 B11. The commission is empowered to, quote, cooperate with tribal and Pueblo governments on topics over which the commission and the other governments have jurisdiction. I'm not even going to read the rest of that because, again, this does not define the commission's jurisdiction more broadly by virtue of the power to cooperate with tribal and Pueblo governments. It says this power to cooperate with those tribal and Pueblo governments only extends to the issues over which the commission already has jurisdiction. And again, I've argued, I believe the commission does not have jurisdiction to compel information, to do a study that compels information from utilities or other regulated entities regarding a publicly owned utility, because that's simply clearly outside the Public Utility Act as it currently stands. So the commission could simply deny with prejudice this petition based on the fact that what the commission is really being asked to do, what we will be challenged on, likely before the court by any regulated utility that we require information from via bench request, will be that jurisdictional issue, and I think we'll lose. So that's the first possibility. Now, there were, of course, other ways of participating in this potential study that were discussed. So the commission could issue, instead of a denial of the petition with prejudice, could issue a denial without prejudice and say it's simply unclear at this point what the commission's role would be. I think the joint petitioners have made clear today they're still working with other legislators. There may be a joint memorial, in which case the commission might simply receive requests directly from the legislature itself pursuant to such a joint memorial that the commission would either voluntarily or by operation of the legislature's power respond to. It would be something where the commission might set up a docket, not as the adjudicator or the investigator of this issue, but as a docket simply to keep track of how the commission responds to requests from the legislature, not requests coming from the commission. So that could be, the commission could say, we don't know how this is going to proceed. It's clear the legislators are still working on this. We deny the petition without prejudice, because you could file, like the legislators or the legislature could file another petition with the commission to when it's clear as to what the role would be. Or the commission could do something similar to that in the form of an order partially granting the petition and saying the commission will not issue bench requests on behalf of the consultant or the joint petitioners, but the commission will keep this docket open in order to provide as much voluntary participation as the commission, as may be needed from the commission to participate with the consultant and provide information to the consultant. So that would be just a show of the commission's willingness to voluntarily participate with with the consultant's inquiry. But I would make clear the commission will not issue bench requests to regulated entities because that is beyond the commission's jurisdiction. So those are the three options. Denying with prejudice based on the jurisdictional issue with regard to issuing binding bench requests to regulated entities. 2, denying without prejudice. And I think I'd still want to say in such an order, there's this jurisdictional issue, but it's clear that this is still in evolution. So we'll wait and we'd be willing to entertain another similar petition, once it's clearer what's actually asked of us. Or like I said, the partially granting, again, making it clear, we will not issue binding bench requests to regulated entities. It's outside of a jurisdiction for this issue. But we stand ready to voluntarily comply with the consultant's study and request for information from the commission. It will be requesting information from our own records or our own personnel, not from regulated entities. So those are the options.
Thank you, Russell. And I think we've discussed this enough. We don't have a draft order, and so we'll have to defer action until the next meeting. And I know that Russell is probably uncomfortable giving so much legal advice to us in an open meeting, but that was very beneficial. What I would suggest to the commission is that we think about what we've heard and evaluate the different options that we have. And in the coming week, we can consult with OGC in greater detail about which optional action to pursue. That would be my recommendation, unless there are any other kind of really burning questions. Judy, sometimes we do take like a little straw poll, but I think we have consensus in that we're ready to take action, but not today because we don't have a draft order. And we're willing to put that on the agenda for action at the next regular weekly meeting. Would that be okay, Judy?
Yes, I would agree with what you just suggested, Commissioner Maestas, is that you don't have three proposed orders before you, that you consider what you've heard today, what Russell advised you upon, and then bring it back next week.
Okay, thank you, Judy.
Commissioner Fishman? Not Fishman, Commissioner Maestas.
Vice Chair Hall.
Chair. So I would also like to ask Russell to examine the authoritative language in the other states that have gone forward with these studies. My guess is they may have similar authoritative language to ours. I don't know. They might not. But I'd be interested to know how they concluded that they did have authority to conduct studies. I mean, or contract for them. I don't know how they did it, but I would like to get that information to just understand how other states have been able to go forward with this kind of study and how did they do it, because that can inform us. We may find we have some language that allows us, or may find that it says that, they had different language that vastly was, very different from ours. So if he could include that kind of research in his before his presentation and let us inform us of that next week, that would be helpful. I'm just interested in what, and if there have been any, if there's any case law in those states as well. I know he mentioned Connecticut or someone mentioned Connecticut, and I think the petitioners mentioned Connecticut and New Hampshire, and it was proceeding in Colorado now. So I'd be interested to know what those states are doing, and if there's other information to be gotten that way, I'd like to know from other
Commissioner
states.
Hall, that's a very good question. I'm sorry, Commissioner Fishman has some.
No, go ahead and answer first, Russell.
Commissioner Hall, that's a very good question, and I will look into that. And that will be provided with, along with my memo, making recommendations for next week. And just, I would like to just address Ms. Nanasi. It may come up that I think there is identifying information within the petition about those other states, but I may call to request or email to request a little additional information if I'm unable to identify some information within from those other states. So if that'd be helpful to have cooperation on that.
Ms. Nanazi would be more than happy to provide that information to you, Russell. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, Russell.
That's all. That's all.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hall. Commissioner Fishman, are you going to wrap it up?
Well, just one final thing is the legislature came to us in a spirit of collaboration and cooperation. Thank you. Over the next week or two, I know the session is almost upon us, and it's a short session. So I was wondering, Russell, if you would be comfortable as they're putting together this memorial, if they need to consult with you about the legal issues that confront us at the PRC and how that might impact their memorial. And I guess I would personally encourage you to, if they need to consult or have help, to feel comfortable talking with them and working with them on that, if the rest of the commission is amenable.
Commissioner Fishman, I would love to be cooperative, but I really can't. I cannot advise the legislature. They would need to use their own counsel on that issue. I advise only the commission.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, to wrap this up, I just want to, yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that you want to close this conversation, but again, this is a very important petition. We are here for New Mexico residents, and I'm not too concerned about, I think it's going to be helpful to learn about what other states are doing, but we are here to take care of New Mexico. I think everyone is aware that the public utilities in New Mexico has gone through something that we have not experienced within the last 9 to 10 years. And I think everyone's well aware of that. And that is the reason why this study is being proposed. And I am in support of a formal process because there's no accountability from other state agencies when it comes to a time when utility companies contributed to Public Regulation Commission candidates. I sought a resolution, and they just shut the door, and that is not right. Well, the law says that a candidate should not accept any campaign contributions from a utility company that you regulate. And that's what I'm talking about. Within the last 9 to 10 years, the utility companies have been a major player of how they would like to unravel their way of running their business. And maybe it is time for a public utility to occur in New Mexico. And it's not going to happen instantly. It's going to be a work progress within the next 5 to 7 to 8 years. At least we will plant the seed before we leave this agency. That's my conclusion, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. And in response to one of your comments, we are going to continue the discussion when we deliberate and take action with respect to the petition. And Commissioner Fishman, I think you're entirely correct. Maybe next week might be too soon, given some of the research that's been requested of Office of General Counsel. So I would say that we will plan to bring this back to the commission in 1 or 2 weeks for action. And if need be, there'll be optional orders consistent with the optional actions that Russell Fisk laid out for us. So without any objection, I want to close by thanking the petitioners, all the legislators that brought this petition to our agency. I am very appreciative that that you all are seeking to collaborate with this agency for the benefit of the public of New Mexico. And I also want to thank Senator Hamblin and Ms. Nanasi for presenting on behalf of the petitioners. I think this is the concept itself is quite worthy, as I mentioned before. And anytime we can provide choices to consumers, in this case ratepayers, I think is a good thing. So look for it in maybe next week's agenda or in possibly 2 weeks. So I want to thank you again for all of you participating in this. Why don't we take a break, Sarah? Let's come back at 11:35. That would be an 11-minute break.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair Hall.
I just noticed that Commissioner Byrd has his hand up. I don't know if that's left over from something, but his hand is up.
Okay, keep in mind, I'm using this big screen in the hearing room and I oftentimes can't really see that, but Commissioner Byrd, please go ahead.
Sorry, it was from earlier. Thank you,
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Hall.
Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair and Commissioners, I would just like to extend an enormous amount of gratitude for your conversations, for the excitement that you have, for the passion that you have to make sure that our communities are represented and that their voices are heard, and just the conversations and the concerns that have been brought up. On behalf of Ms. Nanasi and I, thank you for your time and your energy. It seems to have been a conversation that has generated a lot of excitement and a lot of questions, and I appreciate that. And I think that we have this opportunity to continue to provide more information to you so that you feel comfortable, but also that we're doing this right. We don't have time to waste. We don't have time to correct any errors. We have time to do this right, to make sure that we are offering the best opportunities for the residents of New Mexico. So thank you all for your service, and thank you for your time and your dedication and the engaging conversations that we've had this morning. So I appreciate it greatly. And as does Ms. Nanasi.
Thank you, Senator. And on behalf of the commission, I wish you a very fruitful and productive session. And we'll be seeing you again soon.
Woohoo! Let's go. Legislative session 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and move on. But before we do, we're going to take a break, a much needed break. Why don't we come back at 11:40? Sarah, can you put that little timer up? I'm sorry, 11:40. Did I say 7:40? 11:40.
11:40. I got it.
Okay.
Thank
All right.
you.
We'll be back.
Thanks.
Are you having a little trouble, Sarah?
Okay, everybody, time check. It's 11:40. Let us begin.
Good job.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, let's move on to item 7, consideration and approval of prior meeting minutes. Specifically, these are the minutes of the December 8th, 2021 open meeting. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Motion.
All right.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion by Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hall. Any discussion on the motion? Judy, please take the vote.
Yes, Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman, perhaps Commissioner Fishman is not back yet, but the motion to approve the minutes of the prior December 8th meeting has been approved 4-0.
Thank you, Judy. All right, let's move on to item 8, consent agenda action items. And I'd rather, before I have Judy read out the consent agenda items for the record, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve in a second.
I'll second that.
move.
So
Second.
moved.
All right, so I gave the motion and I think Commissioner Hall provided the second. Any discussion on the motion? Well, let's go through and have Judy read the consent agenda items. Go ahead, Judy.
The consent agenda items are transportation. There's one transportation matter, 21-00306 TRM in the matter of the application of Mario's Maintenance and Moving LLC for a certificate to provide household goods service. Utility matter 21-00245 UT in the matter of the application of New Mexico Gas Company for a variance from 17.10.640 NMAC for its October 2021 gas cost factor statement. Case number 21-00285-UT in the matter of the application of Otero County Electric Co-op Inc. for approval of the continued use of a purchase power cost adjustment clause. Case number 21-00289-UT in the matter of the application of New Mexico Gas Company Inc. for a variance from 17.10.640 NMAC for its December 2021 gas cost factor statement. Case number 21-00299-UT in the matter of the application of Raton Natural Gas for continued use of its purchase gas adjustment clause. And last, case number 21-00317-UT in the matter of the application of New Mexico Gas Company for a variance from 17.10.640 NMAC for its January 2022 gas cost factor statement.
Thank you, Judy. So we've got a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Judy, please take the vote.
Commissioner Fishman, you are on mute.
An unmuted aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The consent agenda items pass 5-0.
Thank you, Judy. Let's move on to item number 8, in the case of 21-00177-UT in the matter of an inquiry into amendments to update NMPRC rules 440 and 592. Judy, you going to tee this
Yes.
up?
This is a matter that was started in on July 14th, 2021. And it opened a docket and issued 23 questions regarding the sufficiency of the Commission Rule 17.5.440 and 17.9.592. The 440 filings are for existing projects that have upgrades. We issued the inquiry, we received responses from numerous parties. After going through the responses, this order would follow up on those. And I just want to briefly tell you the issues that this order would follow up on and get further information, and which issues were decided that we did not need to pursue. Regarding 440.982 and 3 and 1, it has to do with thresholds. And PNM and EPE suggested new thresholds of 1.5 million and 5 million, as opposed to the current thresholds of 500,000 and a million for filing 440 reports. Regarding A2, no one suggested a new threshold for labor and materials, and that issue should not be pursued. So the thresholds for filing would be pursued, but not the thresholds for labor and materials. Regarding the issue of okay, let's go through this. There was a question regarding list of planned or known future 440 projects. And the responses we received often stated that we can't give you a list of planned or known future 440 projects because they're often subject to change, they're speculative, they're dependent on numerous contingencies, they're unplanned or unknown. The Commission would like to pursue further on this issue. Regarding the issue of yearly budgets for 440 filings, again, the Commission would like to further pursue that issue. And regarding Rule 592, the Commission has some inquiries that it would also like to pursue. That being said, the proposed order asks the 3 IOUs, EPE, NMGC, and PNM, those 3 utilities in particular, to file further information about why they would like cost thresholds changed for 449A2, A3. And in addition, staff shall provide the number of total 440 filings for the years 2020 and 2021 and totals, and then state whether or not that those numbers would have changed if the thresholds had been raised the way some of the utilities have proposed. Staff in the city of Las Cruces shall provide specific examples about the city of Las Cruces' claim that sometimes it appeared to the city, and this is just their opinion, that utilities divided up projects to avoid 440 filings. Also, the inquiry would ask staff to determine when a project is allowed to proceed and when the commission further reviews a project as a CCN and provides specific instances of the statement, and staff should address what the consequences are for utilities that file incomplete 440s or untimely 440s. EPE, PNM, and SPS shall provide for the period of 2017 through 2021 a list of their 440 filings, a description of whether each 440 project was anticipated, planned for in advance, or whether it was a product of unexpected, unanticipated, and unplanned for circumstances. In addition, they shall include for each 440 filing the budget and the total budgets for each year and whether or not the budgets were exceeded. EPE, PNM, and SPS shall provide for the period of 2017 through 2021 an accounting of annual total capital expenditures that were not approved via a CCN or noticed in a 440 filing. And then the utilities shall provide the total dollar amount and breakdown of the capital expenditures into FERC capital account categories. We would ask that utilities provide, and other stakeholders may, provide clarification regarding Rule 592, certain definitions and terms such as associated utilities, transmission line, interconnection facilities, additional structures. And so that's what this order proposes. And I'll stand for questions at this time.
Thank you, Judy. Any questions for Judy regarding the proposed order? It seems like we have some additional information that we'd like to gather on these two rules. Floor is open, commissioners.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair Hall.
if there are no questions of anybody, I would like to make a motion to approve the order.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
I will second.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? Any discussion? Going once, twice. All right, Judy, please take the vote.
Yes, Commissioner Maestas,
Okay,
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
The order passes 5-0.
thank you, Judy. Let's move on to the next agenda item, item number 9.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a quick thank you to your assistant, Christopher, and to my assistant, Robert, in pulling this order together. They did a lot of good work, and I want to be sure they get recognized.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Yes, shout out to the both assistants for doing a yeoman's job in putting this together. Thank you, guys. All right. Next item is case number 21-00269 UT, application of El Paso Electric Company for approval of a grid modernization project to implement an advanced metering system. Project Advice Notice 274, original rate 46, advanced metering system rider, revised rate number 15, miscellaneous service charges, and original form 42 for opt-out provision and fees. Russell Fisk, this is you.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good afternoon. So this is before the commission on a grid modernization project application, as was clear from the title, by EPE pursuant to the recently adopted a statute. I don't recall if this, I believe it was legislation from the year, not this past, not 2021, but the year previous, with regard to grid modernization. That's section 62.813 added to the Public Utility Act that provides special provisions for the commission to consider grid modernization projects. As noted in the title, this involves an advanced metering proposal by the by EPE. EPE has also proposed and has filed an advice notice for a special rider to collect the costs of the project as provided for in the grid modernization statute. My proposed order would simply assign this to a hearing examiner, Elizabeth Hurst. My revised order yesterday simply named Ms. Hurst, whereas the order I provided on Friday provided that the hearing examiner would be named by a subsequent single signature order. And I received a name from our chief hearing examiner, Ashley Shanauer, yesterday. So I revised for that purpose. I have another revision. The suspension that is noted in the order, in the proposed order, is for 180 days. And upon reviewing that statute and discussing it with the chief hearing examiner, Ms. Hurst, that 180-day limit for suspension need not apply in this case. That limitation upon suspension of an advice notice related to a grid modernization project only applies for suspension of an advice notice for an already approved project. In other words, if EPE had already come in a proceeding and received commission approval of the grid modernization project, the advanced metering project, and then came in, and then subsequently filed an advice notice for the rider to recover.
Russell,
I just lost Russell. Am I the only one?
yeah, it's on Russell's side. Russell,
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'll get in touch with Russell and see if he can reconnect.
okay, thank you, Sarah. I really can't move on because he's next up in the next action item.
We could go on to the number 11 and come back.
All right, great idea. Let's do that. We're gonna move on until Russell can log back in. We're gonna move.
He's logging back in right now, he said. So he should be with us momentarily.
We need a nice soundtrack, Sarah, you know,
I
to
know.
make this dead air somewhat pleasant.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I apologize for that. Had a little issue with my laptop, but I'm all set now. So as I was saying, the further revision that I would make to the proposed order that is before the commission would just be to indicate that the suspension of the advice notice is not limited to 180 days because this is for a program that has not yet been approved by the commission. So that limitation of the statute does not apply. The hearing examiner will be able to, spend more than 180 days, and the commission will have more than 180 days to issue a final dispositive order with regard to the project. So that would be my only revision, just to note the suspension is indefinite for the consideration of the program. Now, as I noted in my memo, ordinarily sending something to a hearing examiner is a matter of, is something we place on the consent agenda. I did place this on the regular agenda simply because there's only been one one other grid modernization project considered so far. It was sent to a hearing examiner, just as this one would be under my proposed order. It was for SPS, but I know there's been some discussion among some commissioners as to coordination or discussion of general issues that apply to plans generally. I just wanted to leave it open for that discussion. So I put it on the regular agenda in case the commission would like to discuss this further. Otherwise, I would just recommend adopting the proposed order to send this to Elizabeth Hurst with that change that I just discussed, removing the 180-day restriction. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay, Russell, before I open it up for questions, can you refer specifically to which part of the order needs to be amended to reflect the change in the advice notice?
Yes. Let's see here. Let me get the order. It would be, so let's look at in the ordering paragraph B, instead of stating that advice notice 274 is hereby suspended for a total of 180 days, it would say is hereby suspended for an indefinite period for the consideration of the grid modernization project, as this is an unapproved project, not subject to the 180-day limit of the statute. And I cite the statute 62.8.13. I believe it's subsection B. I'd get that correction in the order, of course, which provides for the 180-day limit. So it would simply say that. So that'd be ordering paragraph B. That would change.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, Russell. Any questions for Russell on this proposed order?
I just wanted to make a comment, is that we've had two proposals now for advanced metering, both asking for rate riders. And I just want to express to the commission that I have a personal concern that while advanced metering theoretically supposed to save customers money down the road, the impact of doing a rider up front, the first thing they see is an increase in their rates. And I think the commission needs to look very closely at whether rate riders are the right way to go here, or whether these are assets that are better treated as all other assets are for rate making purposes and put into rate base. So anyway, just wanted to express that concern on my part from a consumer perspective, and just something that we should be thinking about carefully.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Any other questions? If not, do I hear a motion to approve the order as amended?
Motion
I
to
so
approve.
moved.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Fishman and a second by Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none. Judy, take the vote.
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The order passes 5-0.
Thank you, Judy. Okay, let's move on to the next item under discussion and potential action. Discussion regarding State Rural Universal Service Fund Administrator Selection Process and Delegation of Commission Authority. Russell?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. So this matter came before the Commission last week for an update, which was an update to notify the Commission that the evaluation committee that was set up for the RFP process for choosing an administrator, a fund administrator for the State Rural Universal Service Fund, or SRUSF, that comes up every 4 years for review in an RFP process. That Vantage Point Solutions, who is the current SRUSF administrator, was chosen through that RFP process and by the evaluation committee for an additional 4-year term commencing this year, I believe in March. I described the process as one that's been used a number of times in the past. This RFP process that does not generally involve the participation of the commission. The approval is done as per the specific criteria that are included in the RFP process, and the evaluation committee uses those criteria to determine who has most successfully bid under the RFP, which applicant most successfully meets the criteria. I also noted that this process is not subject to the rules to which expenditures of public funds are subject, because the funding to compensate the SRUSF administrator comes from the SRUSF funds themselves. In other words, it is funded, the compensation is funded by the same per communication connection surcharge, which appears on anyone's bill, anyone who has an address, I believe, or whose phone number or other equivalent type of connection is in New Mexico. It appears on the bill as a flat surcharge, a flat dollar amount. That is what funds, that's what funds the funding obligations of the fund generally, like payments to ARS recipients, access reduction support recipients, et cetera, broadband program awards. That also funds the compensation of the SRUSF administrator, and that is not explicitly is provided in the Rural Telecommunications Act. Those are not public funds, and it's expressly provided for in the act that the commission may choose an administrator. So that's how that's handled. So it's not public funds. But ASD, because there wasn't any specific there aren't any specific provisions for how to choose that SRUSF administrator within the Rural Telecommunications Act. Many years ago, I don't know exactly how long ago, consulted with DFA to find out what procedures should we use, given that the rules for public funds are not do not apply. And basically, DFA said to use the same sorts of procedure you would use for public funds, including an RFP procedure. So that's what has been used for, I don't know how many years. That's been a long time going back. I know Mike Ripperger said, I think it was in place. He didn't have an exact estimate, but for many, many years. And that it was approved by a commission at some point to do it that way. It was delegated to ASD to handle it in that way. And there were a couple of questions coming out of last week's open meeting that I was not able to answer. The first is this process contrary to any procurement policy? And I consulted with both Renata and with Mike Ripperger to answer these questions. I was informed by Renata that this RFP process is in compliance with the commission's procurement policy, and actually to depart from it to insert commission review and final approval with regard to the identity of the SRUSF administrator would violate that policy. In other words, this is a procedure that is supposed to go strictly according to the RFP process, and the evaluation committee makes the decision based on that process and upon those criteria. So to deviate from it would actually violate the procurement policy and would violate the recommendation from DFA as to how to proceed. The second question that I was unable to answer is there a formal written delegation of authority from the commission to ASD that memorializes the fact that this has been delegated to ASD? And Renata informed me she was unable to locate a written delegation. Mike Ripperger recalled that this process has been used for many years and that it was approved by the commission at an open meeting at some point in the past, but we simply haven't been able to locate the written record of that delegation. So I can take any other questions. I hope that does satisfy. I don't know how many other questions I'll be able to answer, but I can always, if there are further questions, I can always take it back and bring it back next week for further elucidation. Or the commission might want to go ahead and do a written delegation, or might want to, it may have further questions for me. I'll just leave it at that and be open to any questions.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to ask Russell, do you think it's necessary for us to do another written delegation? Do you recommend that?
Commissioner Hall, I do not think it's necessary, since it was, as Mike Ripperger said, it was covered at an open meeting in the past. Also, I don't believe that we do written delegations for every issue, for every particular delegation of authority that there is to ASD. Some of those may be included within a general delegation of authority within the responsibilities of ASD. But since there has been one at an open meeting, again, I can't say exactly when, but Mike Ripperger seemed fairly confident that there has been in the past that there is no delegation needed. Plus, it's been done many, many times before, so I think there'd be an applied delegation because though the commission hasn't done approvals at the open meetings, the commission has been updated every time, at least as far as I am aware, every time there has been a choice, has been such a selection made pursuant to the process. So I would say there's an implied authorization as well, in addition to the express authorization that was made at some open meeting in the past.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
All right, any other questions for Russell? I have a few, but I'll hold off for now. Any other commissioners have any questions for Russell regarding this issue? Okay, I guess I was the one that raised this issue because what I've been accustomed to in other offices that I've worked in had formal documented delegations of authority. And I know this isn't the only delegation of authority that this agency operates under. And I'm just wondering if perhaps we should look at other informal delegations of authority and determine if we do need to house it in either in one delegation of authority document, or perhaps we can revisit the protocol on operations that we ratified, that we amended and ratified at the outset of last year. So, for example, there's a lot of other functions in the agency that are not called for in statute. The existence organizationally, the existence of the hearing examiners, the existence of OGC. We delegate responsibilities to OGC and hearing examiners to advise us. Is that already in statute or implied? So I would like to bring this current and document it, and then also identify any other delegations of authority that perhaps we should include in one document. But I could be mistaken. Maybe this is one of the few delegations of authority that we operate under. But I think certainly having it in some form that's not dated, perhaps like a resolution that a previous commission adopted delegating this particular authority. So Russell, are there any other instances where we delegate authority where in statute we have the direct responsibility, but yet we delegate it?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I couldn't name all the instances probably that exist. I can address directly what the issues of the Office of General Counsel and the hearing examiners. The PRC Act, which is, I was citing today a portion of the PRC Act with regard to the joint petitioners petition, that does provide authorization for the creation of hearing examiners, and they allow and the delegation of authority to issue a recommended decision to hearing examiners. That is expressly provided for in that statute. It's also provided for in statute for the commission, that same statute, PRC Act, to retain attorneys and also to have its own advisory staff, of which attorneys certainly would be a part of that staff. Also, the relationship between the commission's attorneys and the commission is defined not only by the allowance of the creation of such a position by the PRC Act, but also by, of course, all the rules that regulate the relationship between attorneys and their clients under the rules of professional responsibility. So there's a lot of law that defines and allows for these sorts of with regard to the hearing examiners and the Office of General Counsel, the functions that we perform. I would note when it comes to both of those functions, the Office of General Counsel provides advice to the commission. And so usually there is no authority that we're exercising on behalf of the commission. We're advising the commission as to how to exercise its authority. Now, there may be some instances in which the commission, as attorneys, the commission, the Office of General Counsel may exercise implied authority based on the understanding of the commission's wishes. But generally, we're acting upon the authority of the commission, and we're simply advising the commission. It's the commission that's issuing the order, say, but it's drafted by OGC. And again, with the hearing examiners, they're conducting a hearing on behalf of the commission, and so that is delegated. I think that really is implied by the statute itself as well. And then the recommendation is made for a final decision to the commission. So again, then the commission is actually executing a final decision. So I think those are provided for very much by statute. The commission could, with regard to those and to other areas of delegation, more specifically define in written form the specific delegations that are made within those areas of authority, because the PRC Act is quite broad, as most statutes are when it comes to these sorts of issues. So, and I'm not aware of all of the other areas in which authority has been delegated to various parts of the organization. There would have to be a very thorough review of that issue that could be undertaken to do so, and to make a recommendation as to whether what a written delegation, a comprehensive global written delegation of authority for all purposes to various parts of the agency would be. We have to bring that back for consideration by the commission after a thorough review of everything that has been delegated.
Thank you, Russell. I guess I would like to have OGC just look into this to see if there are other instances where we do have a delegation of authority in statutory mandated functions, and see if it's numerous, and if so, should we house it in one document, one delegation of authority document. So I know everyone is stretched thin. This is not a top priority. My main concern was, does the procurement, law trump this delegation of authority? But it appears, based on what ASD had to say, that the procurement associated with the selection of the fund administrator is legit and called for. So I'm okay with that. So I'm happy to move on if there are no objections, but I am going to work directly with OGC to see if we can look into this further and see if there is a need to formally document and house all delegations of authority on one formal document. Any other final comments from commissioners on this issue? Thank you, Russell, for explaining that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. Let's go ahead and move on. Are we ready to move on, Russell?
Yes, absolutely.
There's no vote. There's
no action need to be taken, because I was answering those questions. I left it open for possible action, but as you said, Mr. Chairman, any possible action with regard to doing a written delegation would be subject to looking into it further at this point.
Okay. All right, let's move on to item 11. This is in case, is it 2020-00182-UT in the matter of the application of Public Service Company of New Mexico for approval of renewable power agreements and energy storage agreements and proposal for demand response plan pursuant to final order in case 19-00195-UT. Judy?
Yes, good morning, Commissioner Maestas and members of the commission. This matter was brought before you today upon the request of several commissioners who wanted to discuss the compliance filings filed in this docket by PNM that detail what they are doing and what they have done so far to be able to meet their resource demand level for the summer of 2022, which is fairly shortly upon us. Attached to the agenda were the three filings of PNM and one filing by NMPRC, which suggested further additional.
Mr. Chair, excuse me for interrupting. I just wanted to ask Judy if she could sit a little closer or something. I'm having trouble kind of making out all your words.
Okay. Which
Thank you.
Which detailed what PNM has done to date, what they're planning on doing generally, not specifically. NMPRC, as I stated, had suggested items of information that the commission should ask for. And so I'm just teeing it up for discussion at this point because I know that a variety of commissioners wanted to talk about this issue.
All right, commissioners, any questions? Is that you,
Yeah,
Commissioner
Mr.
Fishman?
Chair,
Yes.
I looked over the submissions that we've received so far, and we've got a lot of individual information on individual procurements to replace San Juan Power. But it's not put together in a way that just kind of gives us a concise picture of how much of a shortage we potentially face for summer. And also the information that we're getting is pretty vague as to the new resources that they have managed to acquire to fill in for the delays. And that we should be asking for a little more specific information. So a couple of suggestions. One concise way to get a good picture would be to, in their upcoming report for the end of January, to ask PNM to put together a loads and resources table, something they're used to doing all the time, and list each of the resources that's available, list the new resources that they've acquired to try and fill in the summer shortfall, and a list of resources that they're pursuing as potential replacement resources for delayed completion of the San Juan replacement projects. So I think we need to ask for that. And I think that it's important because, boy, in utility time, this is imminent. Whatever preparations we need to make for summer, we need to get them in place now. And we need to have a very concise and precise picture of what's happening. So my first request would be that the commission ask for that loads and resources table in the upcoming January report that's due. Second item that I would request is if there happens to be a shortfall in the summer and we find ourselves short on resources, I think we need more specific information on exactly what their plan might be for curtailment or for rolling blackouts or for prioritized customers should we face a peak power shortfall during the summer. And that the commission should be aware of that and that there should be clear agreement that the priorities are appropriate. And I think that should be included in the upcoming January report as well. And, hope to God we never need to fall back on that, but we should know just in case. Third thing I would ask for is some kind of communications plan that if PNM finds itself unable to secure adequate resources, there should be some kind of communications plan to customers about what happens, what it means for their rates, and give customers an opportunity to manage their power use appropriately. And I think a perfect example of the kind of problem we might face is when we had the February event last year with the natural gas shortages and the cold. A lot of consumers continued using a ton of power, not realizing that it was at these huge cost premiums and cost them a lot of money, and they might have behaved very differently had they had some advance notice of how it was being charged, if there'd been some communication. So in this case, I think we should require some communication to customers if there is a resource shortfall about how they can best manage that process so that they don't end up out a lot of dollars that they might not have otherwise spent had they just been informed. So anyway, those are three things that I think they should be including in their upcoming report. A fourth item that I would take a look at, and I have no idea what's going on here, is there's in terms of discussions among the parties. But for instance, at EPE, there is a docket where there's been a stipulation that'll be coming before us shortly on the closure of, I believe it's Rio Grande 6, 45 megawatts. And as part of the stipulation, there's an agreement that if EPE needs the power, they can keep it open for a little bit longer. So I'm wondering if, as part of that agreement, and if EPE, with appropriate financial arrangements, could make that resource available, since they're planning to shutter it anyway, abandon it. If they're making it available as a backup for their own purposes, should they fall short, could, as a further contingency, they make it available for PNM use if required during a summer peak period? And, can the two utilities collaborate on that? And, why shutter the plant if we're facing a shortfall and we need to use it?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fishman, I just must advise at this point that the commission avoid discussion of that docketed matter concerning the abandonment of Rio Grande 6, as it has not been noticed on this agenda. I do understand, Commissioner Fishman, you're making a connection between the two cases, the two matters, but I would advise against any further discussion of that matter.
Yeah, no, I won't go into any further detail on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that reminder. Also, something that I'm curious about is, and I don't know the details and how this capacity has been contracted or not contracted, but we also know that SPS has 1.1 gigawatts of excess capacity, which I'm sure they contract out as much as they can. I would like to find out if there's been any collaboration between PNM and SPS, where some of those resources might be able to cover the shortfall. I'm pretty sure PNM would have covered those issues, but I think we should hear specifically. And I would like to, for the commission at least, to be encouraging the collaboration between our New Mexico utilities to support each other when they're facing these difficult capacity issues. And so I'd very much like PNM to get back to us and tell us if any of those discussions have happened and what form they've taken. So I know that's a long list, but this is right on top of us. I think we need to treat it as an imminent matter because it takes a long time to set this stuff up, and June is not very far away. So anyway, those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. So Judy, is this, some of these issues that Commissioner Fishman has raised, is this something that we can communicate via single signature order or bench request, or what are our avenues to pursue?
At this point, it's on the agenda for potential action. And if the commission wanted to adopt this, what Commissioner Fishman just detailed, we can draft it as, a written order to PNM to file a compliance filing on a specific date in January and to add the specific information that Commissioner Fishman just detailed.
So Judy, just another question. Thank you for clarifying that, but should we maybe open up a separate docket to look at summer reserve? I know we've been using this case for a whole host kind of as a catch-all. Are we packing this case with too many issues? They are interrelated to a certain extent, but would it be prudent to just stay within this case as we're getting into some details regarding mitigating any summer reserve power shortfalls?
Well, I would recommend that we keep it in this case, at least for the time being, because it relates to the replacement resources that were decided in this case regarding PNM and the closure of San Juan. If you wanted to have an inquiry about summer reserves generally for all the utilities, then I would recommend a separate docket.
Okay, thank you for that, Judy. Any other commissioners have any comments on this issue?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Hall.
In connection with the idea of opening up a different docket, I would support that, but I think it shouldn't be just summer reserve. I think it should maybe just be resource adequacy in general, because I'm sitting here thinking, yes, we do need to be concerned about summer peak, but we are just in early January. We might have adverse weather, in the winter that we still have in front of us, or during the spring shoulder months, in which I think there's generally understood to be even more outages during shoulder months than there are in summer and winter. So I would just suggest that whatever new docket we open just be focused on resource adequacy in general. So we cover both winter and summer and all times of the year, whether or not the utilities have adequate resources. My other comments are that I support the suggestions that Commissioner Fishman makes in terms of the additional information he wants. I think it's all very well reasoned, and I would support approving the request by Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance. The request for information that they suggest we issue that relates largely to contractual agreements, but not entirely, operating reserve margin issue and numerous issues. I support issuing a request for that information as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Yeah, and I think the January filing is pressing, and if we want additional information, I think we should act today to give PNM adequate time to get the additional information for their January filing. Any other commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was done.
I was just going to say, if other commissioners are amenable, I can work with Judy to get out a bench request order, or whatever format, Judy, you think is appropriate, to be sure we've covered each of those items. And I'll just put that before the commission, see if that's the right way to go. And I will emphasize, by the way, that in their last report, PNM has said they're not having a lot of success getting replacement resources. So that's why I want to proceed so urgently on this.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. I support that course of action. Are there any objections by any other commissioners, Commissioners Byrd and Vicente Aguilar?
No objection.
All right, then let's pursue that.
At this point, what I would suggest is that the commission vote to delegate to Commissioner Fishman the drafting of a single signature bench request order with his questions and with Commissioner Hall's questions. And then we can do that subsequent to this meeting.
Okay.
What's that last thing you said, Judy?
And we can do that subsequent to this meeting.
Okay.
All right. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to issue a bench request order by Commissioner Fishman containing his questions and the questions that I have adopted from New Mexico area's filing.
We have a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
I will second.
Okay.
Teresa was first, I think.
Second by Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Any discussion on the motion? Judy, take the vote.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
And Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out to NM Area for being the only party that answered our questions regarding these issues when we previously raised it from our open meeting.
Yeah.
And their questions were spot on. So thank you, NM Area.
Yes, thank you. I agree.
All right, let's move on to discussion items. This is in the matter of case 21-00260-UT in the matter of a commission inquiry into the impacts of global supply chain disruptions on utilities and provision of services to ratepayers. Judy, do you want to tee this up and then I can add where needed?
Yes, included in your packet, commissioners, was a summary of responses received in this docket from many utilities regarding the impact of the global supply chain disruptions. And Commissioner, that was prepared by Commissioner Maestas' assistant, Christopher Hall. And I stand for questions. Commissioner Maestas wanted to talk about the responses that were received.
Well, I'll be brief. I asked to open this inquiry because of some of the similar experiences that PNM was undergoing with respect to supply chain issues that was delaying a lot of the replacement power for San Juan generating stations, so much so that it's going to delay these projects coming online. And so I felt strongly that we should get a better idea in terms of what those impacts are from global supply chain disruptions, on the part of co-ops and others besides UNM. And if you interpreted the information, the summary information provided to you like I did, I think this is cause for concern, not just from the standpoint of, meeting the summer reserve margin, but responding to weather events and restoring power, doing just routine maintenance and obtaining replacement transformers that seem to be at a very high demand across the board. And so I think this information is alarming, but I think the question for us is, what do we do with it? Do we notify our congressional delegation, for example, or the legislative leadership to see if there are ways that we can, and even the federal government, to come up with ways where we can be innovative and proactive, having cooperative agreements among regional states to share surplus equipment, or coming up with a better way to procure a lot of these badly needed equipment and supplies. Because I think it's incumbent upon us to really work with all the stakeholders and the state and federal government and legislative leadership to see if there's anything that can be done to try and mitigate this. And it just seems that this is going to persist all the way through this calendar year and may see some relief in 2023. But I think this is an issue, and the state of New Mexico needs to be aware of it, and appropriate parties and governments need to work together to find solutions for these global supply chain disruptions that are, again, I think are going to impact co-ops and utilities across our state. So with that, I'm going to open the floor to other commissioners in terms of what they think we should do with this information, what course of action we should pursue, if any. Commissioners. All right,
Mr.
blood
Chair.
sugar's low. Yes, Vice Chair Hall.
Well, I was just going to say, I agree with your ideas about trying to reach out to our congressional delegation or the federal government to try to at least let our concerns be known. It may make sense to reach out to other states, at least in the West, or maybe even see if there's plan afoot through NARIC to raise this issue with Congress as well. I'm sure it's something they're aware of, but nevertheless, if it doesn't hurt to at least explain how much of an impact it is in order to, continue to encourage Congress to do something to solve the problem. I think we should try to make our voice known. And I think otherwise, I guess any of our actions that we might want to take would take place in other dockets wherein we would be trying to guide or instruct utilities to take other actions than they have already taken, such as we just discussed in the last case, for example, to provide us with more information. But I definitely think that it's worthwhile to try to put some definition on the crisis that we see going forward, and try to spread the responsibility a little bit beyond just the PRC for making sure that adequate resources are made available to the extent that can be done by all levels of government.
Thank you, Commissioner. One thing that I wanted to also mention is, I think, in hearing and deliberating the merger case, we see how a lot of the utility commissions back east have very specific incentive and disincentives to utilities to respond quickly to natural weather events and quickly restore power to the point where it actually impacts their return on equity. So there's some serious consequential performance metrics that utilities back east have to respond to natural weather events. And so my issue here is I would suspect that based on what these utilities have disclosed in this docket, that they're going to have some challenges in responding to natural weather events. We've seen with climate change and global warming that these natural weather events are becoming more extreme and uncommon. And so I feel that this really has an emergency response public safety component to it as well. And so
it does.
Perhaps what we can do is I can work with OGC and my assistant and see if we can summarize this and communicate this to state leaders, state legislative leadership, and perhaps congressional our congressional delegation, just to bring it to their attention and perhaps even suggest some innovative ways to solve some of these equipment shortfalls, again, like transformers, which if I take even one quote, if you read page 1 on the summary document, Hemes Mountains Electric Co-op is near the point of denying electric service due to not having transformers for the service.
Right.
And so we're talking about, at least right now, service denial. But when we have extreme weather, the circumstances could be much more dire without any solution in sight. And so I see this as kind of maybe an awareness, maybe even a planning issue, maybe a call to innovate, to find some solutions in the interim to deal with these impacts from global supply chain disruptions. So that's where I'm coming from. So I don't feel we should just push this aside. And so what I'll do is, if it's okay with the commission, and I'm happy or open to take any other feedback in terms of how we should communicate the results this this inquiry. But I think it's serious. I really do. Are there any objections to doing that and moving forward? And if you communicate to any external entities, obviously, it would be best to have, you know, all commissioners support the communication. And so I would certainly bring it back in the form of perhaps a draft letter. Commissioner Hall.
I would support doing that. Mr. Chair, I agree with you. I think the time is now. I think we can expect, I think, more erratic weather, more severe, and outside their seasons, you know, adverse weather outside the ordinary season we expect it to be in. And so I think that would be a good course to take. You know, this docket is specific to supply chain disruptions, and we're talking about really what to me looks like resource adequacy. And I wonder if we want to phrase it a little bit more broadly just for purposes of the docket. Rephrase the docket a little bit more broadly, title it a little bit more broadly, because I think what we're talking about is ultimately the adequacy of utilities resources, and supply chain can be one impairment, but adverse weather can be another. And as you say, there's sort of an emergency. There is an emergency component in a sense to what we're doing. So if resource adequacy isn't quite the right phrase, something that would encompass that as well. I just think that supply chain might be a little bit too narrow a topic, since we're trying to address, you know, the problems with supply chain, but in a larger context. That would be my only additional comment, but I definitely support the idea of a letter, however we title it.
Okay, Judy, I agree with that. Is that something we can do to maybe revise the caption?
Yes, we could bring this back next week, because this has just been noticed as a discussion item, but we could bring it back next week to expand the inquiry into, as Commissioner Hall stated, resource adequacy issue related to global supply chain disruptions and other matters. Basically, make it broader.
Okay. Any objections to that course of action? All right. Thank you, Judy, for helping me with that. And I want to thank my assistant, Christopher, for helping kind of compile and summarize the responses to this inquiry. All right, let's move on to the last discussion item, item 13, discussion of Commission Draft 2022 Work Plan Outline. To Commissioner Fishman's credit, I think we embarked on a 2-year work planning process about a year ago. And I agree with Commissioner Fishman that we should continue to further refine and update this work plan for our final year of service. But what I drafted, just to explain what that document is that you received, it's a combination of the 2-year work plan that we developed a year ago, and then Rob Lundeen, Commissioner Fishman's assistant, also developed kind of a priority and issues paper, which I thought was very good. And so I combined those, and I'm calling this an outline because it's far from a work plan. It doesn't have specific tasks. It doesn't have a time frame or any milestones for completing the task. It doesn't have a lead. And so what I'd like to do today is maybe discuss just in general what the commission would like to do. Obviously, we need to refine this a lot further, but it is just an outline. And I just wanted to get some initial reactions and maybe some recommendations on how to proceed to further refine it. I know that we had a special workshop when we did this, and I'm not sure at this point that we need it, but if there is a need for that, we certainly can schedule it to really put some meat on this bone. But I'd like to see us laser focused on identifying some really realistic, impactful goals for calendar year 2022. So with that, I'll open the floor regarding any general comments and a potential course of action to morph this into a more detailed work plan.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair Hall.
I had a question. Are you asking commissioners to make additions to this as well? I mean, over the past year, other issues have come up. Are we invited to add other issues as well?
Yes, in fact, if I recall, the two-year work plan was at least the initial version of it was the product of each division kind of identifying work plan goals. And so I know there was some involvement from all the divisions in contributing to last year's draft two-year work plan, and I'd like to do the same. So this would be open to not only commissioners, but the division directors to kind of refine this. And if anyone has any, ideas about formatting it and categorizing, I'm okay with that as well. So this is simply a straw man. It's an outline. It's far from a work plan, but I'd like to take the next 2 to 3 weeks to work with other commissioners and division directors to, again, turn this into a more realistic, achievable work plan for 2022. Any objections to that? Okay, any other comments on that? Is there anything on this list that is totally out of whack or shouldn't be here? And you all can let me know via email or you can call me. But I'm happy to take the lead on this and start working with commissioners and division directors to hopefully produce a nice work plan out of it. Any final questions regarding this effort? Commissioner Fishman, I know you're the champion, and I think it's a good exercise for us to do.
Yeah, I think our biggest challenge is going to be narrowing down where we put our focus. There's, as we all know, a ton of stuff to work on and only so many resources and so much time. So without expressing any opinion on my priorities, I would say we need to be very cautious and very focused in terms of adding anything new to our to-do list. Because generally what happens is you can do a few things well, or you can do a lot of things poorly. And I tend to be an advocate of do a few things well. So I'll just leave it at that for now.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Any other commissioners wish to weigh in? All right, so please take that document, send me any recommendations for changes, and we will make sure and circulate it to division directors as well, if they'd like to add to it. All right, so hearing no other discussion on this, let's move on to communications with Chief of Staff, Mr. Wayne.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My report or my communications today, as they will probably for the next 4 to 5 weeks, will focus on the legislative session that begins Tuesday at noon Both the House Appropriations and Finance Committee and the Senate Finance Committee have already begun hearing agency budget requests. Ours is scheduled for House Appropriations and Finance. I think I noted earlier to the commission on January 20th. And I believe our Senate Finance Committee hearing is January 26th. Pre-filing of legislation has already begun and will run through Friday this week, the 14th. To date, there have been 51 House bills that have been pre-filed and 76 Senate bills that have been pre-filed. There are 3 pieces of legislation that have been pre-filed that impact upon the commission and the agency. House Bill 37, I will send this in an email as well, so Mr. Chairman, so that you have this, but House Bill 37 would require the commission to consider income-based or income in its consideration of setting rates. John has taken a preliminary look at this, and I know he's on the meeting here, and if you want him to go into greater detail, I'm sure he'd be happy to do so. That's House Bill 37. And then there are 2 Senate bills. They don't have numbers yet. You can find them on the legislative website. They're bills that have been introduced in prior sessions by Senator Michael Padilla dealing with broadband. One deals with broadband easements, and the other one deals with parity of regulation. Again, these are bills that we've seen before, as I understand it. Russell, I think, has looked at these. Mike Ripberger is looking at them. John is as well. And again, if the commission would like us to go into any more detail today, we can do so. But as soon as the session starts and we have actually received the bills and requests for completing fiscal impact reports, we will share more information with the commission at that time. But again, all 3 of those can be found on the New Mexico legislative website if you'd like to take a look at them, or we'd be happy to send them to you, Mr. Chairman. The only other piece of legislation that I believe will be, I don't think it will be pre-filed, but I think it will be pre-filed. We have been notified that Senator Worth's office intends to introduce legislation that would transfer the Transportation Division of the Public Regulation Commission to the Department of Transportation. I understand this is an idea that has also been around for some time, although I believe it was focused more on pipeline safety. And Senator Worth's office has indicated that they don't intend to include pipeline safety. That function would remain with the Public Regulation Commission. But they are looking at introducing legislation to transfer the Transportation Division over to DOT. Again, Mr. Chairman, as soon as we have more detail on that and actually copies of the legislation, we will share that with the commission. And I believe, well, one more thing, Mr. Chairman, in terms of our budget requests for FY22 and FY23, I know I have talked about that before and also sent some information to the commission on the LFC and executive recommendations. We continue to have very active discussions with both the LFC and the executive, particularly on the use of the request we've made to be able to use up to $500,000 in application fees collected under the Community Solar Act to help us administer that program. As I believe I mentioned before, that section of House Bill 2, the General Appropriations Act, has not been finalized yet, so we don't know if either the LFC or the executive will include that in their recommendations. As I've said before, I'm cautiously optimistic that they will, but we continue to have, as I mentioned, very active discussions with both LFC staff, executive staff, in terms of that request in particular, because we think that's very important as we go into this fiscal year and the next fiscal year as well. And also some additional bar language in terms of transferring between programs that might be included in that section of House Bill 2. I'm a little bit less optimistic that we'll receive a favorable recommendation on that, simply because the Legislative Finance Committee in particular does not like granting agencies program transfer authority. I can't exactly explain why, but it's just something that they don't grant very often, but we are continuing to make that request and advocate for that, and we'll see where we come out on that. And as we have additional information on our budget requests and any changes to what I've already reported to the commission, we of course will let you know as soon as we possibly can. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions that you or commissioners have on the upcoming session or any other matters.
All right, commissioners, any questions for Wayne?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask the commission if it's okay if we can give additional task to our Chief of Staff, Wayne Probst, about the work plan. This is the 2-year work plan that you just discussed a while ago. I think that would really help us and give us a streamline of, the accomplishments by the end of the year. It's a long process, and I'm sure he's going to do a wonderful job on that. So that's just my suggestion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, so Wayne, I think Commissioner Vicente Aguilar made an interesting request there. So any thoughts on how you'd like to participate in this on the work plan?
Sure. Mr. Chairman and members of the commission and Commissioner Fishman, thank you for that question. First of all, I want to thank the chairman because he has involved me in kind of the early review of the draft 2022 work plan, and I do appreciate that. Yeah, I'd be happy if Commissioner Vicente Aguilar or any other commissioners have tasks that they would like me to focus on. I certainly would welcome those. And they can either be done directly through me, or I'm happy to have them go through the chair to be folded into the draft 2022 work plan. So really, either way, I know Commissioner Maestas will continue to keep my office involved in the work plan, particularly as the divisions also become involved with that. But it might be good to have some of those tasks that you have communicated both to the chair and to me, and we can begin including them in the next draft. That makes sense?
Does to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Any other questions for Wayne? So Wayne, I have a question. Can you just briefly lay out the process that you intend to use for briefing the commission on bills that certainly have fiscal impact to the agency? I think in the past, staff would, at the direction of the chief of staff, would compile a fiscal impact report. If the bill itself had direct impacts to the agency, we would kind of take a vote, kind of a straw vote. And if it was unanimous, then we would communicate that. If it wasn't, we wouldn't communicate it as a unified commission. So can you just briefly lay out how the process will work in terms of informing us of legislative developments, which, as you know, are very quick and many could be unanticipated. So how is the process going to work?
Mr. Chairman and member of the commission, I essentially plan to follow a very similar process. I probably shouldn't say this because it will come back to haunt me. I don't expect a lot of PRC related legislation during this 30-day session beyond the items that have been pre-filed. But of course I could be wrong, and come next week, we could be deluged with PRC related legislation. But I just don't get the sense that we're going to see a whole lot more than what we've already seen. And of course, as the commission knows, if a particular piece of legislation either isn't on the governor's call or doesn't get a message from the governor's office, that legislation essentially is dead and won't be considered. So again, it's just my gut feeling, Mr. Chairman. I don't expect that we're going to have a lot of legislation like you may have seen in the past. And particularly, I think that's related to the fact that people understand that the commission is in a transition year, and they're probably saving up for the next legislative session. But having said that, in terms of legislation that is, does impact the agency, we will receive a physical impact report request, which we must complete within 24 hours and turn that around. And then if a bill has a message or is on the governor's call, it will be scheduled for hearing in relevant committees. Any legislation of that nature, I would want to bring to the commission in a manner that you just suggested, to have it on the agenda for the commission to discuss, to provide direction to me and to staff who will be working on that legislation as it goes through the legislative process. So I think, again, Mr. Chairman, the process that you outlined was what I was thinking we would follow in this upcoming session as well. But obviously I'm here at your direction and work at your direction during the session. So if there's anything else you would like me to do, I will do so. I will, as soon as bills are introduced, I will update the commission on that and keep at a minimum a weekly report on any legislation that impacts the agency and its progress through the session. But since it's a 30-day session, those updates will probably be more frequently than weekly. And of course, I will use this opportunity as well to update the commission.
Thank you, Wayne. That's all I had. Any other final questions or comments for Wayne?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Hall.
Well, only that I would welcome more frequent than weekly updates, when they're necessary. I mean, things can happen daily, and I agree it's a short session. It shouldn't involve much having to do with our agency, but you never know. So, yeah. So
absolutely.
Whenever you have something to tell us, please do.
I will. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. All right, let's go ahead and move on to communications with General Counsel. Judy, anything from OGC?
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. I don't have any communications, and I haven't received any communications from anyone else.
Okay, any questions for Judy regarding General Counsel?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, I would like to share the load of work General Counsel's office is going through. As you can tell, they are on top of the issues. They give us an update. They give us options. They complete the orders prior to the meeting or the next open meeting. I think we need to be sensitive. Right now, OGC is going through some high profile issues, and not all the staff members are available at this time. So we should be sensitive of that. So any miscellaneous work plan, any miscellaneous tasks that we are thinking about, I think we need to delegate that to other staff members, probably for the next 30 to 60 days. But that's just my opinion, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions for General Counsel? All right, let's move on. Thanks, Judy. Communications with commissioners. The floor is open.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
There is a NARUC Winter Policy Summit coming up in February. I was not intending to go because I don't want to get a COVID infection. But I noticed a week or so ago, they sent out an email announcing that it was going to be hybrid. So in case anybody missed that, I wanted to mention that. So if you want to participate, if you're a member of a committee or something and want to participate on your committee I believe it's still true that you can do that online without even paying the fee to attend the NARIC meeting, which is usually for commissioners, around $300 or something. You can go for free if you're only going to participate in your committee meeting. So that was just a little piece of information I thought I'd share with the other commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall.
Yeah.
Any other commissioners have anything to share?
Steve's
All right.
talking, but
I'm
All
muted
right.
again. Mr. Chair.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to say thank you to you for the way you're conducting the meetings and just being sure everybody gets in their word and that we get the best of all 5 great minds on the commission. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Thank you. Anything else, Commissioners Byrd or Vicente Aguilar? Any final shots before we adjourn? All right, hearing none. Thank you all. We are adjourned.
thank you.
Take care, guys.
You too.
See ya.
Bye.
Take care.